doctoral research, which is focused on training doctoral researchers across the next 3 years of their programs. So before we delve into today's schedule, we do want to maybe just introduce you a little bit to the HOMeAGE network. For some of the people who have been with us for the last few days, this will be another recap for them. But ultimately, it's just an opportunity to maybe orientate you to what this network is about and what it hopes to achieve. So what I want to maybe chat to you very briefly about is why we felt a network like this is needed, why we felt it was important, and why we felt it was important to structure the way that we did, and also what it hopes to achieve. And then we'll look at today's sessions and schedule in a little bit more depth as well. So very briefly, the key focus here, and there's lots of reasons why we should be doing this, but ultimately it is about actually creating and acknowledging that place really matters. And it matters in terms of daily lives, it matters in terms of health outcomes or outcomes across social, cultural, political and different spheres. And it also matters in terms of how we create a sense of identity go through later life. And that has been unsurprisingly recognized with respect to how we prioritize aging in place across different spheres. So we prioritize it in terms of aging in public health and broader policy agendas and frameworks, and how those frameworks are trying to create more equitable, inclusive, by and large anyway, experiences for later life as well. But it's also evident in terms of how we focus on thinking about how we might support older people through economic development, and particularly areas of the silver economy. And so there's a question here about how can we constructively create innovation to support older people's lives while also boosting economic development. And of course, driving these two factors is a political impetus that allows us to think about how we might use aging in place to circumvent some of the challenges that might come with demographic aging in certain contexts. So questions around sustainability of systems and so on. But I suppose for us, there is a critical issue around gaps in knowledge, and we still have questions about how do we actually elevate the quality of aging in place experiences, and how do we ensure that aging in place is actually achievable by all or desirable by all. And how do we do that while addressing significant issues around community and neighborhood deprivation, around institutionalized and nursing home residency, high rates of that, and particularly the segregated issues around institutionalization as well, and addressing issues around housing insecurity or environmental insecurity in general that can create a sense of displacement, create absolute sense of homelessness in later life. And ultimately, to a certain extent, we have to look at how our knowledge systems come together a little bit in terms of how we're producing new knowledge around aging in place, both across research and policy, and whether that is really a shared knowledge where we're building on our shared expertise and experience, or whether it's more fragmented. And at the moment, it seems to be a little bit more fragmented, but it's also fragmented across different kinds of policy. So we have housing policy, community policy, we have social protection policy that are all dealing with issues that are tangential and directly connected or indirectly connected to this topic, but perhaps not in a joined up approach. But we also have many research disciplines that aren't engaging in a very coordinated way around these aspects. So on that basis, we wanted to establish a training program that essentially set up not just about training, but set up a research program that really interrogated some of these issues, but also that drives the development of new leaders for the advancement of research informed innovation in policy, practice, and research itself. So that conceptual and empirical element around aging in place. And there's three key elements around what we were trying to achieve here. One is around an interdisciplinary knowledge set. The second is, so we're drawing on different disciplines. The second is around an intersectoral element. So it's not just about academic knowledge, but it is about policy and practice knowledge and lived experience knowledge. And the third element is around that international mobility. So how do we try and make sense of aging in place across different contexts and across different populations? And one way to do that is to ensure that there is strong internationalization embedded in the network. Now, these are components that would often be associated with Marie Curie actions, but for us, they're actually instrumental in unpacking these bigger questions around place. So as I said, we have a 36-month program. We have 12 doctoral researchers. They're based across 9 countries, but they themselves come from a broader set of international contexts, and they're supported by a variety of associate partners. So overall, we have quite a large community of research units, intergovernmental organizations, governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the list goes on. And ultimately, it's about trying to leverage as much capacity as possible to be able to address these issues. And we also have an international panel of policy and research experts from regions outside of Europe, and then a HOMeAGE reference group to capture a lived experience perspective, and particularly around issues that are at the forefront of advocacy. And so for us, this is all necessary because there are some significant challenges that we have to address. These challenges are going to be focused into 3 specific areas. The first is around needs and systems. So essentially, our first objective is to identify flexible and sustainable housing, community care, and mobility systems, and critically assess their capacity to support community living needs across various cultural and structural conditions. So ultimately, it's about responding to the fact that our current systems are a little bit deficient in that way. Our second challenge is around home and belonging, and it's responding to the fact that we are connecting in different ways to our communities, both in person and virtually, and we need to harness new engagement pathways as a means to create new channels for building a sense of home and belonging amongst diverse older populations in diverse places. Our third challenge is around rights and voice, and essentially, how do we try and ensure that older people's voices and the voices of their communities and the rights in terms of aging in place is actually adequately represented within policy. So HOMeAGE will identify integrated frameworks that are responsive to the diversity of older people and their places to drive relevant and rights-based policy development on aging in place. And at least these are all the objectives that we hope to be able to achieve. And if we get to a certain amount of each one of these, I think we'll do really well. And each of our doctoral researchers are responding to one challenge each. So in order then to enable the researchers and enable the research program itself to develop and enable people to be able to do this as a network overall, we have a training curriculum developed. And in some ways, it's not directed just at the doctoral researchers, but also perhaps at their supervisors and supports. It's for us all. So we have a project-based research and training that is tailored specifically to people's individual projects. We have network-wide training events, which this public event is a part of. And we have a lot of focus on policy impact and translation, just to ensure that the work is impactful. And ultimately, this is a really important time to be looking at some of these questions, because a lot of countries are examining, particularly at moments of transition, in terms of how do you think about supporting older people into later life using the various different systems that we have, but also in the context of some major cultural, political, and geographic shifts that are happening at the moment as well. So again, it's really important that we're examining this topic, and it's really important that we're thinking about this topic, not just in terms of local environments, but across multi-scalar contexts as well. So my final point is really for those of you who aren't familiar with the network or not connected already, to stay and remain connected with the activities of the network. And that will be through some of the public lectures and training that we'll offer, some of the academic publications, some of the policy briefs and position papers that will be there as well. But also you can keep connected through the various media platforms, including the website. And on the website, even though it's a work in progress at the moment, you will find the specific projects of the doctoral students. And please do get connected if you're interested in that. So for today's event, then I'm going to hand you over to Laura Christ in a minute. And essentially, today's event is structured around three basic fundamental components. The first is really providing an overview of key areas of research. This is both theoretical and conceptual ideas, but also empirical research in terms of what we know about the determinants of aging in place. Our second then is going to focus on policy and some of the critical drivers of policy in aging in place and what's actually creating this policy or driving this policy in these areas, but also more research-informed critical perspective of some of that policy. And our third area is really engaging with some of the critical questions that we need to think about as being state-of-the-art questions that are relevant both to research and to policy, and that's going to happen in the afternoon. And I'm going to allow each session to introduce itself as we move through the day. So I hope you very much enjoy today, and I'm going to hand over to our first session chair, Laura. So Laura, if I can ask you to come up. So Laura Christ is someone who's a member of our HOMeAGE reference panel and is also a social gerontologist, was a coordinator of several social gerontology working groups, and is also a member of the Older Women's Network in the Netherlands, if I have that correct.
That is correct.
Great. Okay, so if you want to introduce, and I'll change the slides.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kieran. You introduced me very well, and you pronounced my name very well, including the Laura. It's the Italian way, not Laura. But I'm very happy to be here. And if I just may add a little bit to your introduction, yes, I'm a social gerontologist, but as a member of the HOMeAGE reference group, I'm looking more from my lived experience now. So I have two different perspectives, which may be a bit confusing because these concepts and the work that I did in social gerontology, they're still there too. So in a way, I'm pioneering to look from this perspective as an older woman, an older person. And if I may add, Kieran just said about supporting older people. So what I'm doing now is contributing. And so thank you for involving older people and making clear that we contribute to. We're not only people that need to be supported or facilitated, but we are actively involved and contribute. So thank you for allowing me to be your chair in this session. And I'm going to introduce to you the two speakers, and Kieran already introduced what they will be talking about. And the first speaker will be Frank Oswald, let me pronounce it correctly, Frank Oswald from Goethe University in Germany. Can I give you, you will be talking about theorizing place and aging, models and concepts from an environmental gerontology perspective. I'm looking forward to hear what you are going to tell us.
Yes, thank you, Laura, and thank you, Kieran, and thanks everybody for having me here and for the invitation and for the chance to share some ideas with you. So you had already mentioned the title of my speech this morning as a starting idea to give you some overview. Together, I have to say, with Nicole and with Marco, we want to, give you an idea about the research perspective on this interesting concepts we are all here for. So that is what I have presented for today, or provided for you today. So maybe first of all, I'd like to stand back a minute and think about this concept of aging in place again, just a second, just to reflect, maybe reconsider also the place of place again, and then highlighting some enduring and novel issues for theory construction on place and aging. And then I try to dig a little bit deeper into the conceptual side of the thing, not so much the empirical evidence, but the conceptual aspects of theory on place and aging, covered by very briefly historical remarks, and of course ending with still existing current challenges, potentials, next steps, and so on. So you are part of all this, of course, as doctoral researchers for the next years, and then I gonna wrap up. I'm looking forward to the discussion. And I have to, before I start, make three disclaimers, at least three. But the first one is that, the target group, so to say, for this talk this morning, of course, are the doctoral researchers in the room, and maybe give you some overview on this conceptual thing. And if I look around here, all the experts in the room, it's maybe, I mean, those landmark work you have done hopefully might contribute to the talk. So if I look here around, that's Tine, Kieran, Malcolm, Nora, Alexander, Lisbeth, and others. You all contributed to this body of knowledge, so to say. And I want to thank you for all your work from the very beginning for this. I just, reflecting upon what the field has came up through the last decades. So the other point is, the other disclaimer is that as you see this first generation, second generation, third generation idea, of course, it's a simplification. It's a simplification, and you will see that, maybe due to the timeline and to other issues, it might be not exactly that way. So this simplification hopefully is a useful simplification. That's the idea, for you to sort out things in a way to get a first attempt to it. And the third disclaimer I have to make is that I have a bias. I'm a psychologist, and of course my view on environmental gerontology has certain particular, emphasis, and I'm not a sociologist, for instance, when I'm talking later about constitution or co-construction. So these disclaimers to be made, I'm just gonna try to start with you and to ask ourselves again. I mean, I don't have to say that the home and the neighborhood have been important and are important, and have gained much attention in both research and, of course, the applied field. From an environmental perspective, from an environmental gerontology perspective in particular, this has been serving to counteract, in a way, the trend we've seen in aging research for a certain time to downplay the role of the physical compared to the social environment. So now, as a starting point here, why theorizing place in aging? First, I have to say I want to reconsider this concept aging in place for a second. Then next, to explore maybe a range of more traditional and more recent theories in environmental gerontology. And the third point is to identify how these theories or concepts may fit with enduring and novel challenges, or particular, as we've heard yesterday already in the 12 doctoral research projects, the different upcoming topics for research during the next 3 to 4 years. So aging in place, mostly very much seen as a useful concept somehow by some authors, but also addressed as a maybe too romantic concept to, indicating the desire and opportunities to stay put and to live independently, perhaps with some assistance, for as long as possible without having to move to another place, maybe including also some assistive living facilities. But there has been also some critique on the concept. So don't we focus too much on this, one fits all perspective in a way, instead of using the term aging in place? The concept, instead of using that, the concept of place should be considered as an overarching and concept to address aging in, as we have heard already yesterday, all its multitude of dimensions, issues, challenges, potentials, and risks when we look at the context of aging. So maybe we should, from time to time at least, talk about place in aging and not so much about aging in place. So the place covers concepts that may help to comprehensively understand how older adults are embedded, how they shape, and on the other hand, how the environment kind of influenced the course of aging in general. And as we've heard already as well yesterday, that place is not limited to the home, to the micro level, but also related to the meso and macro level of environment, neighborhood, community. Nevertheless, as Nora said yesterday, it's worth to think about what is home. We could think about what is place, what is neighborhood, in a way that is also maybe contributing to our thinking here. So consequently, place and aging interchange processes depend on several aspects: historical development, cohort flow. They are under constant change, which is also part of one of the dissertation projects driven by historical, cultural influences and transitions, and of course also global megatrends. And we have heard this yesterday as well: digitalization, climate change, other aspects. So having said that, maybe, next point would be to look at the challenges or at the issues of, for theory, construction on place and aging. And first, I want to share with you ideas about the, you can say, persistent or enduring or traditional maybe issues emphasizing on place. Of course, with respect to aspects like accessibility, orientation, resource use, or on the other hand, also a place that support, constrain the experience of privacy, belongingness, embeddedness, comfort, recreation, social exchange, participation, and so on. You could look at it as a source of identity and meaning making on different contextual layers, or you can just look at it as a socio-physical frame for processes of continuous change over various time metrics, by the way, not just, the life perspective, but you could look of months, weeks, days, maybe within day variability would be interesting with that said. So this is not new. And these are just a few points among many points that have been there in the early concepts, but they are still there, persisting, so to say, challenges also for new conceptual aspects. However, if you look at the development during the last decades, there are also maybe some more recent or novel issues emphasizing on place in a different way, like, as I said, shaping these ongoing mega trends or shaped by mega trends, like, for instance, digitization. And if you look at technology use, can enable or constrain placemaking process in a digitized world, but also climate change, globalization, and so on. You can look at place as shaped by increasing diversity in older adults, migration, social inequality, ethnicity, cognitive status. And yesterday we have heard this by Kevin Davison, also lifestyle in, certain aspects, as just try to recap here this abbreviation from him yesterday. Or you can look at place as shaped by environmental and social innovations and community-based housing types and support care networks, particularly when it comes to the age-friendly cities and community movement. And Tina and others have done a lot of work on this as well. So now to start with the second, more core point of my talk this morning, the three generations of theories on place and aging. I'm gonna start with a very brief historical remark, just to remind ourselves, so to say, that we do not start from scratch. Sometimes it's useful, to look what the precursors of ecological thinking in social and behavioral research in the early 20th century have said and done. So if you look at sociology, sometimes it's really worth a look in the old studies from Chicago School, for instance, but also in the German context, Georg Simmel and his negative impact on urban places on health, the determinants and how to survive in modern cities sounds to me like a very modern, question still from given totally different circumstances today. However, if you look at this 1925, 1903, still worth to have a look at. From psychology as well, there are early remarks. For instance, the German psychologist Willy Hellbach, he told about the geopsyche concept. Or you can look at the studies on playing children in urban Berlin ruins after the First World War. Wonderful kind of, ethnographic studies by Marta Muchow. She was a colleague of Kurt Lewin. Great work she's done. She's observed wonderfully and differentiated in a very great style this playing children. But of course, you may come across Kurt Lewin's life space concept, Roger Barker's behavioral setting concept, Uri Bronfenbrenner's bioecological model, and so on and so forth. In gerontology as well, and I just took the freedom to highlight one person. I was thinking he is kind of underestimated in a way in his importance for the successful unfolding of lifespan development psychology and gerontology in Europe. There was Hans Thome and his concept of subjective life space, closely linked to Kurt Lewin's ideas covering the individual cognitive representations. I've heard about this yesterday, cognitive representation also, as well as the physical social environment. So this just to, as a bookmark, kind of a reminder that we do not start from scratch. But then, of course, if you look a bit closer at the first upcoming pioneering concepts in stimulating person-place research, you see that there's a clear focus on the interaction perspective and the idea that we basically need to consider person-space and person-place relations and interactions when we look at aging. So the primary focus was on physical dimensions of the environment. And yeah, it has been mentioned yesterday already by Lucy. There is, of course, Lawton and Nahemo's environmental theory on aging model, looking at docility and richness on the one side, and docility and personal proactivity, and on the other side on this stress and richness of the environment. But also there are a couple of other models coming along. For instance, in anthropology, human geography, work on place attachment and identity, leading to Malcolm's place identity theory, for instance, but also to Rawls and Watkins' life course model of environmental experience. And if you really sort it out a little bit more, let's say, categorizational, then you see there are quantitative approaches, maybe easier to get, tested in a way, and other more qualitative approaches, looking at best models, at case studies, how people maybe organize their life individually. But there are interesting concepts around on, the whole scope of behavior and experience with respect to different layers of place. Of course, there come across a couple of challenges for personal environmental views on aging, particular with this first, generation theory thinking. And the main question is: do we need to shift from a more static to a more process or transitional perspective? As we have seen that in the last slide, by Graham Rose, there's a kind of transitional need to look at people over time. So how to model time in naturally occurring ecologies, give it a situation biographically, maybe even historically, look at generations, or how to deal from today's perspective with big data and intensive measurement designs. I think, it's not easy to, in these days, it was not easy to address and to cover the amount of data that came across with behavioral setting analysis, for instance, and the like. So how to address person-environment relationship in transitions, to have another focus, let's say, on retirement, on moving, on the widowhood as a transition, how to address there the place issue. If you look at outcome, how to reconsider fuzzy outcomes. I would say fuzzy outcomes like, for instance, what is aging well, successful aging, how to address these, and how to address change and stability in outcomes in specific life situations, for the instance, at the end of life. So many other questions came across, and you could say, as I've already said, kind of a simplification, there might come up a next kind of generation of theory construction, covering interaction and transaction, and a little bit extending the understanding of place. For instance, fostering the need to combine behavioral, the more visible aspects of person-environment exchange, and the experiential, not so easy to assess, maybe more reported process of person-environment exchange. And for instance, to address agency and belonging, and to at large broadening the understanding of place. Again, some examples. I think maybe you came across one at Lang's socio-physical places over time model, for the first time opposing the trends of agency, which over time, and this is of course schematic here, is going down a little bit as people are not longer do what they want to the same amount in the same action range. But on the other hand, there are processes like belonging, often overseen, that might, be enriched over time with more experiences and so on within one biography. How to deal with this, how to address this. Of course, we put all what we found together and called it again a framework the so-called agency and belonging framework on processes and outcomes of autonomy, identity, and well-being. Just 2 words on agency and belonging. Agency, that's the idea, are more the processes of becoming a change agent in one's own life by means of intentional and proactive behaviors imposed on the physical social environment, whereas belonging are the more, let's say, non-goal oriented cognitive and emotional processes that, as Graham Rolls would have said, that makes a space a place, covering subjective evaluations and interpretations of place. So there are other models coming along. For instance, Stephen Golan's model of residential normalcy on more the decision-making process. He tried to address this decision-making process when someone is, dealing with staying put versus moving. What's the best for me, and what is influencing this? How are people, maybe more from an individual perspective, dealing with this? Are they going out of their comfort zone, out of their mastery zone, or not? How they deal with this? I think quite interesting. It's a living model in a way that he's really dealing with this also with respect to other challenges, meanwhile adapted to technological environments and even to end-of-life issues. Then, nevertheless, just a few examples for this morning. There are other models, of course, and concepts. Still challenges for personal environmental views on aging, even in the second generation view. Do we need to overcome that dualism of person and place, or person and environment? In environmental gerontology, I have to admit, and there, there's the psychological bias, the psychology bias in me. Personal environments are separate pre-existing entities. That's how I used to look at things. That's easy to overcome in a way if you get used to this perspective. From a transactional, relational, maybe more practice theoretical approach, persons and environments are co-constitutive. They are constantly becoming. They are neither objective nor subjective. It's a dialectic process of these practices, something I have to learn, by the way, in interdisciplinary context, together with sociologists, with geographer, with others that try to find a more useful and maybe also overcoming this dualism way of thinking. So is there still a need? That's the question back to me as a psychologist, for instance. Do we need to have a concept of a strong person? A person has a motive, and the motive leads to a behavior, and the behavior leads to a change in the environment, for instance. Is there such a thing like a strong person, for instance? And for what particular challenges, situations, maybe doctoral research project this is helpful or not? What are possible alternatives? A transactional, a relational perspective, looking at situations, that's the psychological perspective. From another perspective, sociologists would say practice, social practices, for instance. Do we need to reconsider again also our methodological toolkit in a way? And now here comes some, pictures, just not to provide you only, those load-on slides with text. How to, that's how people age in place. They're looking at the home, for instance. And the everyday experience, if you ask people, is that why they do that, they say it's daydreaming without an interference. It's a cocoon around me. It's the coat I'm under. I feel homey. I'm in good hands. I'm at home. It makes me warm. It's cozy. These are all these, daily, reflection about what's going on there. If you have a chance to get a closer look to these real life situations, particularly also with pets, by the way, and with unhealthy things. And just forget about these unhealthy things on the table there, of course. So the question, however, is how on earth to measure this, how to address this qualitatively, but maybe also quantitatively with respect to, for instance, health outcomes. Care and health are one of those main outcomes I've heard yesterday in some of the projects. So privacy, retreat, autobiographical, physical, social insideness, as Graham Rose has mentioned that very early in the 80s already, you know. Lucy was mentioning the surveillance zone yesterday, for instance, also another way of which fits to these, you know, experiences. Or how to measure this, most favorite objects, identity related belongings, maybe in the home, could also happen outside the home. But if you look at homes, you know, you can find these things. I mean, reconsider your own home. What's the role of things, for instance, with respect to digitization processes that we have to face today? Can we avoid these things, or shall we, you know, kind of substitute these things in a way? Is it possible? Is there a specific quality, or is it not so important? How to measure this? One of my favorite pictures, by the way. So no, that is where does the person ends and the environment starts, you know? So where this is kind of an, of course it's maybe not real life, you know, in a way it's a photograph that has been, you know, designed in a way, but that's really the inhabitant of this home. Or how to measure this: urban identity, neighborhood related belonging, exchange, social exchange. That's in Hanoi, photo from a public place in Hanoi. Or this, environmental stimulation, views, lighting, rhythm of the day, of the course of the year. How important is this? Again, the surveillance zone has mentioned yesterday. So, third generation theory construction. How can we focus on, you know, transaction, and also including co-construction, interaction, co-constitution? By the way, do not ask me to disentangle these you know, different constructs. However, I think there are specific and very detailed perspectives to see that place has to be seen as becoming a major facet of society's diversity and cultural evolution, and we have to have a need for a simultaneously considering of different you know, aspects of the place at the same time. How to intensify linkage with the lifespan research, pointing attention to the full bandwidth of place. And you see there are a couple of names, and you'll find yourself maybe in this box as well, sitting here in the room. And I, again, just give a few examples as, you know, for a collection of maybe stimulating, addressing this aspect. So, Van and Gastov's conceptual framework for studying context dynamics in aging. Context dynamics in aging means looking on changes over time, more strategic outcomes, but particularly also addressing proximal and distal contexts for development in an integrative way in personal environment processes, looking at agency and belonging and stress. By the way, this is a new perspective here in this concept. Or we try to, you know, dig a little bit deeper in the old agency and belonging model, Habib Chaudhuri and me, to look for integrative conceptual framework where we try to expand the aging and belonging model with respect to primary outcome components of transition of individual and environmental features, but particularly also look a bit more in detail into the nature of agency and belonging dynamics. How are they, you know, connected, for instance, with respect to social interaction, mobility, constitution of self, and then also considering autonomy and identity as intermediate outcomes, as well as to look a bit more in detail on the role of time. Other models, Tina Buffels, Emily Greenfields, and others, community gerontology model as an integrative concept on the meso level of age-friendly communities, and then the whole new urban agenda of the age-friendly cities and communities movement, for instance, gives us another framework to look at things differently. Or Roders and Rowe's situation model of care, resembling, by the way, Cutchin's place integration model, which I want to mention particular here, looking at the three elements of the aging person, place, and the care convoy. So they focus on care, particularly here, to better understand the dynamics, the personal environment dynamics in a variety of care situations. And you see, this is all based, as I said already, on this place integration model. And in this case, Roders and Rowe's particularly emphasize the need to embrace, I quote, the place-specific dialectic complexity of social practices and sociocultural norms and expectations that shape the behavior of the actors involved in any situation, end of quote. So a couple of, models. Still there are challenges for personal environment, youth and aging around. Do we need to be more critical in environmental gerontology? How to integrate concepts of power and social exclusion? Do we need to understand social structures, social positions among older adults? Do we need to understand inequalities? How to methodologically address this in a different way? Some other approaches, I just mentioned them here very briefly, try to address this particular in more detail, like the respacing and replacing gerontology approach, or the new materialism approach, coming particular from sociology, Katz, Höppner's, Urban, Wanka, Galistle's idea of looking at this. And if you want to have a closer look, maybe you can look at this brand new material gerontology, Journal of Aging Studies special edition, where they try to put this together in a way and see how this might be, particularly useful, hopefully, also for your doctoral research projects. Other perspectives, current challenges, potential next steps, Kieran's and others, rural old age, social exclusion perspective on this model. I just have to mention here when you talk about social exclusion, but also Vanessa Burhol's critical review and development of exclusion from social relation for older people perspective. So of course, I'm focusing very much today on concepts here when it comes to this particular perspective, but there is also a lot of empirical evidence around. And I just want to say this here once, that's not the focus of the talk this morning, but if you look closer, for instance, in Kieran's book from 21 on social exclusion in later life, together with others, he edited this book, you find a very interesting collection of great also conceptual but empirical findings. Yes, from a methodological view, the challenges address particularly the question how to consider inequalities, power relationships, and how we might have to not only look at place appropriation and perception, but also at the construction. And for instance, I just focus this point here, to go beyond the middle class bias would be another challenge. We have maybe some middle class bias in our head when we do research and how to avoid this, how to overcome this in a way. Maybe, with respect to participatory methods, there is a brand new upcoming handbook on this that might help us a bit further with respect to the handbook of participatory approaches in aging research. But if you, for instance, also look from a methodological perspective at the challenges, how you might look at powerful artifacts. Is a bench in a public park a powerful artifact? How to measure this, how to address what happens on a bench, for instance, benches as materialization of active aging in public space. Just one example, how we could make use out of this new perspective in a way, looking at kind of everyday, maybe somehow underestimated objects where, public life happens, particularly with respect to old age. So more critical in a way, but maybe we need also to become more reflexive in environmental gerontology. And that's again now stepping one step back from the environmental gerontology, kind of looking at our own field and asking ourselves the question how to bridge what we've seen here, how to bridge your findings in environmental gerontology with broader concepts and theories, particularly from gerontology, such as the SOC model, the meta model on selectivity, optimization, and compensation, or theories from Laura Carstensen, the theory from Laura Carstensen on socio-emotional selectivity, very kind of useful, empirically sound, but the link between the person-place perspective and these more broader concepts could be, maybe more also highlighted in maybe some of your doctoral research projects. How to bridge environmental gerontology with the big societal questions, still ongoing, open question, digitization, globalization, climate change. in some of the small group meetings yesterday, we just mentioned these issues, how to deal with extra mortality in urban places in the summertime. This is a climate change issue, particularly addressing older people. So how do we address this? Some of your works might be able to address this. I think Pippa's work and others, I don't want to mention individual, sorry for that, persons, but there are so great, very creative, very powerful options in all of your dissertations that might come across these points. How to reconsider concept of resilience, vulnerability. Many of you particularly ask yourself about, vulnerability, fragility in some of the works we discussed yesterday, how to particularly address these people from an environmental gerontology perspective, but also the urban planning perspective. Matthias, we discussed this yesterday in the face of climate change, for instance. How to reflect upon the image of aging transported with the theory. So, there is still some ageist thinking in us as researcher. Another point of thinking to be considered. Last section here to wrap up and to discuss with respect to historical development in environmental gerontology. What I wanted to present you here is that there is at least some development. There has been, the field has substantially grown, not only empirically, but also theoretically. So empiric rich, theory poor, not so sure. I mean, there is a lot around. Meanwhile, new concepts suggest to overcome this dualism of person and place as separate entities and to understand that persons and environments are constantly becoming as we age. Some disciplines, however, I have to admit, like psychology, have just started this transformative dialogue to include this postmodern critiques. Gergen seldom expected as examples for this transformative dialogue in psychology, whereas others, sociology, are more used to this discussion already. So we have to keep it interdisciplinary. And then with respect to theorizing place and aging, I think we are in the process of shifting from a static to a process, transitional, transactional, relational perspective, and to become more reflexive and more critical. With respect to the need to address enduring and novel issues on place and aging, I think the second and third generation theories, not a surprise, are better suitable than the first generation theories to address both the enduring and the novel issues of place and aging research and application. For instance, the AFCC frameworks and others, A20 communities frameworks and movement. Differentiated measures lead to differentiated findings. Sounds like, easy thing, but it's not easy done. Differentiatedly measure certain aspects of of transaction, for instance. Psychometrically sound measures for processes of agency and belonging are needed and are helpful in this sense. Or on the level of participatory approaches within some movement, again, within some perspective, again, here the AFCC movement. From an empirical intervention perspective, for instance, instead of asking what is an age-friendly environment, we might ask how can place attachment be facilitated in later life, or how can place attachment be facilitated in later life? We might ask how do people and places develop and grow together or apart? That's it. I thank you very much for your attention. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion and visit us in Frankfurt, October 8th to 11th. Shall I stay for questions or?
Well, thank you, Frank, for this very inspiring and very interesting presentation. I'm sort of, and I don't know if you are, but I'm more or less over. Oh, sorry. Did you hear me? Or do I have to repeat it? No. Okay. I'm really, as I said, overwhelmed and also realized I need to catch up. Definitely second generation of social gerontologists, and it makes me really so there's so many questions or issues, and so I'll have to go back to studying and as well as practicing. Well, that going without saying. I wanted to give you all the opportunity to raise any issues or questions that you may have. You're probably at least the researchers, the young researchers, fourth generation.
I don't name them. I don't want to name them. Yeah.
My name is Pippa, and I think regeneration. So everything you said is incredibly relevant. This work is amazing for my master's thesis series. And I'm interested in your final point about how to do kind of intervention measures in this space, or the intervention perspective, because within kind of urban regeneration projects, the idea is that more participatory processes mean we can catch things. Well, the idea is to catch things before they're a problem. So by co-producing urban planning, you ensure that there's the right, environmental features and social features. But I guess the research challenge there is how do we actually measure those interventions and their impact, especially when we, as researchers, are involved in those changes. And I guess having done research in this space, if you have any examples of that question of how involved you get and how we as researchers contribute to the co-constitution of those spaces.
I mean, particularly the last place of this, role of, let's say, recreational issues or climate change issues in aging might be a good example to show that, honestly, to my understanding, there are also some, when it comes to participatory research, it's great to detect things and not to lose ground to real life, and not, to stay really on that level to see what people are really dealing with. And so that's could also, on the other hand, mean it might not necessarily be the one and only, method towards more intervention perspective. If you sit together on a table, for instance, with epidemiologists or with clinicians or with geriatric medicine people, and they present you how, from another perspective, the big data perspective could also enrich our joint scientific thinking. I'm not criticizing participatory research. I'm just saying how this might, get into the bigger picture. And we could not find certain things like how extra mortality in the summer came across with the participatory research. You need other kind of data, and you need to, for instance, balance out, yes, if we have more options, to in the hot summers, for instance, that people might also go more out and about. You have a whatever. I mean, make a long story short, you have other disciplinary perspective in this as well, and to combine this maybe then with an intervention project. So I think there is we don't have to shame about, not addressing every way of thinking. However, if I lose contact to real life of those who are living in urban environments out there, that's also a downside of research. There we need this participatory approach. That's what I've learned as well. I'm coming from the more quantitative, psychological view, and I've learned that it's very worth to include people from the very beginning, although it's intensively resource demanding in a way to do that, honestly. But then again, there you get something out of it you would not get in another way. So to combine things, and maybe not to, if you do this, maybe intervention is for the next project, so to say. I hope that this could be one way to addressing your question. Yes, of course.
You have a microphone that's not working, so we have to share it. Are there any more questions? No questions? Tina.
Just a very quick one, but I like the idea, Laura, about us being the fourth generation of parent. So what would you say are going to be the key ingredients of defining that for the fourth generation?
Key ingredients defining the fourth generation, just repeat this for the audience out there. Yeah, key ingredients for the fourth generation. There's one that is coming up to my mind immediately. You know, looking at you and your backgrounds and your cultural backgrounds and your career development, you know, being in science, then going to practice, then coming back to science, doing a doctoral research, you know, coming from, you know, wherever you come from, but having stayed in another country, now coming to a third country, doing research there. This is, the researchers are different. That is something that is so immediately, you know, coming to my mind when I look in this, in particular in this group, but not just in this, also in other groups, that has to influence the way we deal with research and hopefully also our way to develop across disciplines, across sections, you know, new concepts on aging and on place in aging, and name it aging in place or place in aging, doesn't matter. So the point is, you bring a certain quality with you. We did not. No, we have been more another kind of straightforward, you know, way, maybe through the more or less straightforward. Some of us, some others not. So, but within institutions, and then, you know, classical way. And I think this has maybe also to change the outcome of what we are dealing with. Yeah, that's. But of course, you may name it a fourth generation. Why not?
Okay, so I was going to ask, I mean, just in the context, because I should have remarked at the start that any of these sessions wouldn't be an exhaustive overview, but you did an exhaustive and a stimulating overview of one go, so it was really excellent. But is there anything that we're in danger of leaving behind from those first generation? Is there anything that perhaps they had a little bit more focus on, that as everybody moves forward in terms of empirical and conceptual research, maybe there's things that just left on the shelf a little bit? And I suppose in that respect, maybe also about how we theorize ideas of institutions and segregating housing and different elements that sometimes don't pop up in terms of community versions of aging in place, and how we actually integrate these as part of our communities. Or else disband them all together.
No, that's, I mean, that's true. We should not forget about this. There's, you know, I would put it now from a conceptual and theory perspective, I would put it this way around, and it's, thank you for the question, because it's important not to de-evaluate the first generation way of thinking. You know, as I said with the historical remark, wait a minute, you know, there's so many things have been said, have been done, and basically, if you look back, ask the people. I mean, Malcolm is here, Nora is here, others are here. Graham could be addressed, you know, and I'm sure, you know, I know that Paul Lawton, when we met him once in a while, if he have heard this, he would have said, thanks, great, but let's stop with intros, you know, let's do the work. So I think this was also a person who is really on that connection between theory, yes, it's fine, it's necessary, good methods, absolutely necessary, but then, you know, what's the impact on housing, whenever, you know, options, models, theories and concepts. And again, if you look at the old co-housing ideas, if you look at the movement ideas in the late 60s, late 50s, late 60s in the United States, the Sun City movements, still interesting developments, we should not forget about that. That's not my, you know, that's not my expertise. I mean, that's the point. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm still around if you have any more questions in the break or so. Thank you. Oh, that's another. Oh, sorry.
With agency going down and belonging going up. And I wonder what the agency going down is correlated with, and our management is obviously it's not
I mean, the idea in the original spot model by Hans-Werner Wahl and Frieda Lang was, of course, a schematic, downscaling. This is not empirical. This was just the idea that as, I would say, as the circles get smaller, as the action range might go down from the third to the fourth age, or if you would say after a stroke or after chronic conditions or in late life situations or even close to death, you'll see that there is a functional behavioral reduction of what we can do in a way of looking after ourselves and doing the everyday task and so on. This is somehow, in a nutshell, so to say, meant by going down. And the other thing was that they wanted to stress us not to forget about that. That's not the only thing, but the world inside, the emotional, the cognitive world inside this has been collected over decades in terms of experience with the environment, is kind of increasing automatically. I have to admit, for instance, this is not for people with dementia, Anyway, that's another topic. But that's the basic idea that we seem to forget. If you look at housing counseling, for instance, they often focus on this agency thing, how to avoid barriers, how to overcome obstacles, how to allow accessibility, how to enrich this. But then again, you need to see what's the person in front of you. How is this? Is this a self-made, how do you say that, self-made person? You just give them some instructions and these repairing their own home, or do we have a person who is out of own control in a sense, and that you have to deal differently? Very, very briefly, as an idea, what this agency means, it's more like that you have both ideas to keep in mind as well.
Well, much food for thought. Thank you very much, Frank. Now, while Kieran is preparing the presentation, I'm going to introduce the next speakers, who are Marco Arlotti and Nicole Bronzini from Marche Polytechnic University in Italy. Yeah, pronounce it correctly. So we're really interested to hear your stories.
A little bit slow.
Yeah.
Wait for this. Oh. Yeah.
So thank you, and thank you, Kieran, for inviting us to this first training event. We are both economic sociologists and focusing on housing policies and care policies. So we'll bring a really different perspective from previous one. But I have to make an initial disclaimer similar to what Frank did, because this presentation is targeted mainly to doctoral researchers. So we won't go too in-depth in the concept we will introduce, and we will simplify somehow. So when we initially discussed together the topic of today's presentation,
the transcription.
Okay. When we discussed together the topic of today's presentation, we considered that doctoral researchers come from very different disciplinary backgrounds, from different home countries, are expected to work at least in 2 different countries. And so we thought that it would have been useful to provide an overview of those contextual aspects that affect not only the very possibility of aging in place, but also the quality of life of all the people when they age in place. And also yesterday, in his present introduction of the HOMeAGE framework, Kieran mentioned the institutional dimension. And in one of the very first meetings of the working group number one doctoral researcher, Lou, if I remember well, you can see there, but anyway, she asked what we mean by systems in the need and systems challenge. So what we'll bring and what we focus on is one possible way of conceptualizing systems from a socio-economic perspective, drawing on the literature on the European welfare systems, and in particular on two main analytical dimensions, care systems and housing systems. And we will focus on European context, but as Kieran told us yesterday, we have in mind that we do need to have in mind that these concepts and this framework can and should be applied also in other countries. So after an initial introduction, very short theoretical premise on welfare system, we'll then discuss some empirical data. So let's just start with this premise on welfare system or welfare regimes. Since Hesping Anderson groundbreaking work of 1990, scholars debated on the identification of ideal types that underlie welfare state policies structures. And even if this debate is still ongoing and has prompted also critics and refinements, also looking outside Europe, especially to these Southeastern countries, for the sake of simplicity, here we will refer to the most common classification, according to which European countries fall into 5 distinct ideal typical clusters of welfare systems or welfare regimes, which present differences in the coverage offered by social policy broadly considered, but also in the roles and in the relationship between state, market, and families in the provision of welfare. And these differences among welfare regimes can be grasped looking and considering different dimensions, and in particular 3 fundamental dimensions that are decommodification, destratification, and defamiliation. Decommodification means whether state policies allow people to live independently from the market, while destratifications refer to the extent to which social policies contribute to overcoming class distinctions, and defamilizations refers to the extent to which social policies reduce the dependence on family relations. So if you look at this picture, you have a comparative perspective on different welfare systems and welfare regimes. And we had also other dimensions like the concept of society, which is quite different from one welfare regime to another. So Anglo-Saxon countries like UK and Ireland, even if for Ireland the picture is a bit more complicated because it's considered an hybrid welfare system, but they are usually considered in the liberal welfare ideal type, so based on a concept of society made up by atomized individuals, and where the main redistributive logic is based on the market, and the level of decommodification, desertification, and defamilization are low, and defamilization is high but dependent on the market. While the Nordic countries on the opposite side represent the social democratic welfare ideal type, where the concept of society is based on the idea of equal citizen and partners, and there is strong role played by the state and with a universalistic logic. So the commodification, destratification, and defamilization are both high. And then the countries of Central continental Europe fall into the corporatist model, where the idea and the concept of society is that a society of workers, and so it is the labor market the main driver of the redistribution logic, and decommodification is medium, desertification is low, and defamiliation is low. And the Mediterranean countries, Italy, Spain, Greece, and so on, fall into the familistic ideal type, where the concept of society is strongly related to families, participation in being family members, and so also the logic of redistribution is based on family. And here the commodification is polarized, desertification is low, and defamilization is low. And then Eastern European countries fall in the so-called neoliberal ideal type, even if here again there are indeed hybrid elements. But anyway, they are moving to an idea of a society based on optimizing individuals and with low decommodification, desertification, and defamilization. So to move to the empirical part of our presentation, in what follow we will use data driven mainly from SHARE, which probably you all know is an important survey, international survey on aging and retirement in Europe. And it is based on representative sample of Europeans aged 50 and over. And we refer to the wave number 8, refer to 2019-2020. But in our analysis, we considered only individuals aged 65 and over, residing in private households, and we focus on a small number of countries that we have selected, considering the main countries for each welfare regime, welfare system, but also those countries involved in HOMeAGE project. However, UK and Ireland are not included in SHARE data, so we haven't examples of the liberal type. So let's start with what all European countries have in common, because we all know that almost everywhere in Europe, the vast majority of all the people age in place and not in institutionalized settings, even if there are significant differences, as you can see, among welfare regimes, because the percentage of people in institutions are higher in the continental and the Nordic clusters. However, when we turn to the quality of life of all the people and to their social connectedness, the differences among welfare regimes, welfare systems become even more evident and relevant. And here we use this social connectedness scale, that is a validated composite measure based on a subjective mapping process of all the people social networks, and considering different dimensions like the network size, the proximity, the people inside the network, the frequency of contacts, the support provided by the network, and also the heterogeneity, the diversity of the network. And here you can see that Nordic and continental clusters show similar patterns and higher social connection compared to Mediterranean and Eastern Europe clusters. And also, if you look at another important measure of quality of life that probably many of you already know, that it is the so-called CAS-12 measure, which has been conceptualized from a sociological perspective and considering 4 main dimensions that are control, autonomy, self-realization, and pleasure. And this scale has a score between 12 and 48. And again, you can see that Mediterranean country clusters perform worse on this scale. And furthermore, they show an higher internal heterogeneity, because the line in the middle, this one, is the median. But then you see that there is an higher heterogeneity inside these clusters. And to add another element of complexity, that reinforces this idea of internal heterogeneity in each cluster. If you look at the differences on the level of education, again, you see that Mediterranean countries perform worse, even for those that are better equipped. So even if you just focus on those with an high school diploma, so with better educated, I would say. But these differences persist among welfare systems, welfare clusters, but at the same time, there are internal differences between those that are better educated and with the one with the lower degree of education. And if we consider together these two dimensions, it's quite clear that the welfare systems perform in a very different way. And so the distance between continental and Nordic welfare regimes and on one side and Mediterranean and Eastern Europe on the other side are quite much relevant. So what we try to do is to focus on care systems and house systems, because the question is if the differences in care systems and house systems can help us to explain these differences in the quality of life for all the people.
Okay, so I will continue this hybrid presentation. So as Nicole said, the idea of our work has been to try to make sense of this polarization emerging when we consider the impact that aging plays and the difference of impact that aging plays seems to have for older people living in Europe. So this polarization, that's a continental Nordic country on the one side and a Mediterranean and Eastern European welfare regime on the other side. So how we can interpret this polarization. In our case, we have not developed a multivariate statistic analysis. So the idea has been more to have a look if there is a sort of consistency, in terms of what is emerging from this picture and what is emerging from other pictures that concern precondition of aging place. As Frank before told us, so it is very important to consider place from a different perspective. And in our case, what we're trying to do is to frame the contextual dimension from a more macro institutional perspective. Okay, and the first entry point in trying to make a sense of this polarization refer to to the dimension of care system, care regime. And here, there is a broad debate about care system and how care system can be identified across Europe. This table, the attempt has been to further develop the table that Nicole presented before. And because Anglo-Saxon countries are not included in our empirical analysis, so just will focus on the remaining 4 main welfare regime clusters that are included in our analysis. And so the table is full of detail, and I will avoid to read all the details that are included in each column. So, but anyway, what is interesting to highlight are 2 main things. Firstly, when we consider how the state frame the protection of care needs, so there is again a strong polarization between Nordic and central continental welfare regime on the one side, and on the other side, Mediterranean, East European welfare regime. In which terms? So we know that in Nordic and Central Europe, continental countries, so the protection provided by national long-term system is more generous. We know that there is, of course, there's been a sort of differentiation in terms of timing. So in countries like Scandinavian countries, so this expansion of welfare state protection, this defamiliarization of welfare state protection has been introduced since the 70s, okay, through the investment in home care services, for instance, while this has happened later in continental countries like Germany, France, and also Austria. Only during the 90s, there were important reforms that have socialized the risk of care, and this, in a sense, protecting older people and increasing the familiarization of care. Okay. And the story is quite different when we look to the Mediterranean and Eastern welfare regime. Yeah, even though there are, of course, differentiation, but the commonalities concern the fact that in these two clusters, the generosity welfare state and the level of protection about care need is lower in a comparative perspective. Okay? When we look to the role of family and informal care network, so in protecting other people. So here the line of differentiation is a little bit, I would say, different because so we have in particular Nordic country Nordic welfare regime that illustrates a specific story, and the story is, as Nicole said, is a story of defamiliation. Now, given this strong generosity welfare state, this has reduced, okay, the role of family and informal network in protecting other people and their community, even though it seems that things are more complex, in the sense that here, what many studies have highlighted is the fact that generous welfare state, as in the case of Nordic countries, have not displaced, okay, the role of family and informal. They define a different role of this dimension. No? In particular, they've reduced the intensity in terms of care support, but not the frequency of the care which is provided by informal and family network. The story about the other regime is different. It's a story, as Nicole said, where the defamiliation is traditionally low, even though over the last decade there's been important change that are to some extent complementary. Because in particular, when we consider the case of continental country and Mediterranean country, over the last decade, there's been a growing privatization of care. In 2006 was coined the concept of migrant in the family care model. That's as a light effect that many families have growingly recruited directly migrant care workers in order to support the protection of older people. And the case of Eastern Europe, a different process happened, but is strictly connected because there's been over the years a sort of care drain. We know that many of the migrant care workers working in Italy, in Austria, and Germany are from Eastern Europe. And this has undermined the capacity of family network to protect older people in this national context. Okay, now what I'll try to do is to make some, to provide some empirical evidence about the things that have illustrated so far about the organization of care system. And firstly, about the role of public policies, okay? And here we have combined two main dimensions, two basic variables. So on the horizontal axis, we have considered the share of older people that are covered by home care support, while on the vertical axis, unfortunately, it's not possible to have data about the expenditure in home care support. So in the sense, the data is about the total long-term care expenditure in per capita, okay, because we know that is the good indicator for analyzing the generosity and the investment of public policy. And as you can see here, the polarization is confirmed. No? We have, on the one hand, the continental and Nordic welfare regime cluster, where significant protection of older people through home care support is combined with a higher level of investment to public policies, and East Europe and Mediterranean countries that tell us a different story, a story where welfare state is more residual, both in terms of in-kind services, like in the case of home care support, and also in terms of financial resources that are invested in order to protect the care needs of older people. The second empirical figure concerns the role of family structure, okay? There will be two figures concerning the role of family structure. In this figure, then this figure concerns the family structure where older people living at home are embedded, okay? And as you can see here from the right side, so between a continental country, Mediterranean country, and East European country, there is some commonalities that concern, for instance, as you can see from the gray bar, the persistence of multi-generational household that represent the traditional form of family supporting care needs, okay? And while in the case of Nordic country, these traditional forms are more limited. So this is also related to what I said before about dehumanization. On the other side, it emerged, this is very, very interesting, also in order to reflect critically about the condition of age in place, that about 1/3 of older people live alone, okay, in Nordic, continental, and East Europe country, while in the Mediterranean country, the share is lower, is 20%, okay? Another way for reflecting about the role of informal care in providing support is can be shown from this figure, where two dimensions being combined. On the horizontal axis, the share of informal care, considering the population age 50 and over, and on the vertical axis, the intensity. So it is very important because we know, according to literature, that caregiving, of course, has positive implication, but also negative implication. When in particular, the intensity is very high, no? We can have a negative implication for psychological well-being in terms of social integration, in terms of possibility to participate in the labor market, okay? And it is very interesting that, as you can see, in the case of Nordic, as I said before, in Nordic welfare regime, so the role of informal care is not displaced by the generosity of welfare state, no? As you can see, is also higher than what happened in Mediterranean country, no? What makes the difference between this cluster is the intensity, okay? In Nordic country, informal care is relevant, but it assumes a different characteristic, is less intensive, okay? Because there is a complementarity of generous welfare state. While in the case of Mediterranean and East Europe, what is emerging is a condition where informal care is characterized by high intensity because the generosity of public policy is more marginal, okay? And so this entails several problematic implications for the caregivers that are, as you can see from the in the figure on the right side, so are mainly women. So we know that gender care is a gender issue, no? And this issue is particularly critical in Mediterranean country, no? This is the share of women caregivers that provide daily care support to older people. Okay. Sorry. Okay, just to conclude this first reconstruction of the configuration of care system from a comparative perspective. So we have decided to consider what common, I would say, well-known indicators about care protection that refer to the concept of unmet care needs, okay? We know that there is a huge debate about how to define unmet care need, the dimension of care to be considered. So here we can consider this indicator that refer to older people having at least one functional limitation in performing activities or instrumental activities of daily living, like, for instance, dressing, cleaning, fooding, and so on. And if they declare having not adequate support or any type of support, okay? Having a limitation, but not having a support or adequate support. And as you can see on the left side, so it emerged clearly that the most critical condition in terms of presence of older people affected by condition of unmet care need are in Eastern Europe and Mediterranean countries. Are also present this condition in Nordic and continental country, but as you can see, the share is lower than what we can see in the other welfare regime. And if you look at the right side, there is a strong consistency. When you consider this dimension combined to the dimension that Nicole described before, sorry. The fact that it is in Mediterranean and Eastern Europe that we have a sort of vicious combination of condition of unmet care need combined with a low level of quality of life. And the story is different in the case of continental and Nordic country, where instead the level of unmet care need is more limited and is combined with a higher level of quality of life.
Okay, so does the picture change if we look at housing system instead of care system? So here you know that neoliberal reforms have fostered the regulation and privatization of the housing sector all over Europe. But despite common trends, differences persist and impact the options available in terms of different housing forms for the people, in terms of the relevance of subsidies and the support, the state support for the people. So the main features that distinguish the housing system according to the different wealth clusters are the tenure structure and the characteristics of the rental market, if there is a unitary rental market or a dualist rental market, to use the Khamenei terminology. And also this relevance, the different relevance of state promotion and support to housing. So the Nordic countries present a more balanced tenure structure with an integrated rental system where no-profit organization providers compete, are well developed and can compete with private rental markets, and the state promotes various forms of social housing. And particularly in this cluster, there is this important role played by cooperative that is quite unique in Europe. That exists also in other countries, but it's not so relevant like in Nordic countries. In the continental cluster, on the other side, the tenure structure remains balanced, and the rental system is again unitary, but dominated by the market and not by no-profit providers. And it is characterized as a social market, except for Austria, where social housing predominates in the rental market. And here again, the state promotion of private and social rental housing as a temporary nature, but it's quite consistent. And housing allowances play an important role, especially for pensioners. While in the Mediterranean countries, they are called homeowners societies because there is important polarization in housing tenure with the dominance of owner occupation. And there is a dualist rental system where public housing and social housing is residual, of low quality and stigmatized. And also housing allowances play a very limited role. And in Eastern Europe cluster, they experienced, as you know, the dismantling of the socialist housing system based on state property, and with a mass giveaway privatization, they have become what Mark Stevens called a super home ownership system, but again with some elements of hybridization, because, for example, here, as in Italy, self-help and also some reciprocal mechanism play an important role in housing, providing housing solutions. And shared data confirm these differences. And it's worth noting that almost 90% of all the people in the Mediterranean cluster live in homes they own. And this can be advantageous for many aspects because, for example, it may lower the cost for housing, especially if home ownership is mortgage-free, and it allows adaptations without having to ask permission to report them. So it would be easier, but we see that it's not the case. And it is usually enhanced and strengthened the sense of belonging we mentioned before, and attachment. However, especially in time of structural economic crisis, like the one we are living in, being owner doesn't prevent from having a poor quality of housing. And this is especially the case for all the people who may not be able to afford the costs for maintain or for adapt their dwelling to their changing needs. And we speak about asset rich and cash poor older people. And housing affordability is commonly considered a concern for all the people, and the monthly income to address the housing costs, consider altogether rents, rates of mortgage, but also costs for maintenance and for utilities, shouldn't overcome the threshold of 30% for being considered affordable. And according to data from Eurostat, 10% of older people suffer for unaffordable housing costs, but with a high heterogeneity, not only among clusters, welfare clusters, but also, we come back to that in the conclusion, looking at different countries. For example, just to give you an example, the rate, the percentage of older people suffering for unaffordability issue are 20% in Germany. So, and also home ownership can be problematic because older homeowners usually live in underoccupied dwellings, 1 out 2, according to Eurostat data, and this may lead also to energy poverty. Yesterday, Elizabeth mentioned the issue of keeping the house warm. So living in an underoccupied dwelling may also lead to a problem of energy poverty that this is important to focus on, because even this morning someone, Frank said, we have to look also at the perspective of climate change and how it will affect all the people. And so there is an issue about right sizing. Some governments are started to tackle this issue. For example, the Irish government, as far as I know, has some policies focus on right sizing. That is also connected with the issue of agency. So the possibility to move and to change the house also in advance before you are obliged to do that. But it could be really complicated in a society of homeowners. And here you see what I was mentioning before, that home ownership doesn't mean that you are really able to modify your house. You could do that, but if you look at the percentage of older people that did some adjustment to their house to meet some special needs connected to disabilities and so on, you see again that the picture is quite different, because in the Mediterranean country you have this incredible high percentage of homeowners, but on the other side just a very limited part of homeowners are able to adapt their house to the changing needs. And this in this picture, I moved to the differences in the types of house. And what I want you to focus on is that only a very minority of other people reside in a residential complex with services for the people. And this is common throughout Europe, even if, again, there are differences, because the percentage is higher in continental and Nordic countries. Another issue that Frank also touched in his presentation is the one considering where people live, if in rural areas or in an urban context. And we decided to show this picture because it's interesting that it's not just be living in rural contexts or in urban ones, but because again, it depends on what rurality means in different welfare system. So, for example, you can see that continental and Nordic clusters, they both perform well on the CASP, the quality of life scale, even if the percentage of older people living in rural areas are quite different in these two clusters. While on the other side, you see that if you compare Mediterranean and Nordic countries, the percentage of people living in rural areas is quite similar, but they perform very differently on the quality of life. And the same can be said about the social connectedness scale. And to conclude, because we know that housing is not, is not only referred to the house, but also to the connection with the surrounding environment. So if we look at the perceived network quality, again, you see that there are very significant differences among the different welfare systems, and especially in this case, the continental cluster and the Mediterranean one behave in a more similar way, but again, the Nordic countries perform better. And again, we try to put together this perceived network quality with the CASP scale to show, again, this polarization. And they didn't say that this scale consider the integration with the neighborhood, the perception that the neighborhood is safe, and also the cleanness of the neighborhood. So it is constructed using these three dimensions. So to conclude.
Yes, quickly to conclude. So we start this presentation by highlighting the important similarities that characterize older people living at home. So the fact that largely older people living alone, regardless of the welfare regime cluster. But sometimes we also see that there is a strong differentiated impact when we look at quality of life and social connectedness. As I said before, so we didn't perform a sort of multivariate statistical analysis, but the idea has been to try to have a look if there is a sort of consistency, between this macro picture, and the consistency seems to work in the sense that we've seen that those countries that are characterized by welfare regime cluster that are characterized by lower degree of quality of life combined with lower degree of social connectedness are also welfare regime cluster that show critical precondition in terms of care system configuration and housing system configuration. Okay, we also seen that if on the one hand it's important to consider this macro level of analysis, it's also important to be aware about the internal heterogeneity that characterizes this welfare regime cluster. So we have seen through the box plot that there is variability within each regime cluster. Of course, we have seen that this variability seems larger, particularly in the Mediterranean and East Europe, but variability is also existent in the continental and Nordic welfare regime cluster. So in the sense, it's very important to be aware about not only to have a look to this, this I think also methodological input for students, not only to consider the macro level analysis, but also to consider the internal variability that data can show. And this is also related to a point that we have not been able to discuss in the presentation, because this analysis we have adopted again a sort of macro dimension of analysis, but of course variability within cluster regime concern not only what we have seen, but also variability between countries, as Nicole said before, referring to the issue of affordability. So remember well. Okay, perfect. So in the sense, we think that's very important to conclude with this methodological implication, the fact that, okay, it's important, as I said, to develop this macro comparative analysis, but it's also important as possible to avoid the trap to limit our analysis only to this level, and to integrate this type of analysis, a sort of multidimensional analysis where also context-sensitive analysis are developed in order to grasp the complexity of a condition that shape aging place and the differentiated outcome that aging place may have in different contexts. Okay, and so maybe we can conclude, but also with a special thanks to Giovanna De Santis, which is our colleague that support us in the analysis of this data, even though responsibility about common interpretation is open. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Well, let me just right away invite you to ask any questions.
Julia?
Well, there's more and more kind of depression coming from this new era of dealing with modeling and this playing people as well in terms of level of renting, but as well some of the people being pushed away from their house because might be better in terms of income to rent it to tourists or people coming from the whole wide in the country. It's very interesting for the town in Europe because potentially they are owner of their own, so that is. I just want to maybe bearing in mind this kind of new trends which are pushing away new kinds of situation. When it comes to this issue of rights, I think there might be something to be taken into account. So there's clearly an issue in terms of keeping your house warm, that's very true. I think there's also a question of intergenerational fairness. And now we can question that as well, how can we make sure that actually we don't create additional tensions between generations or maybe fair tension, I don't know, it might be true. But still, I mean, this is something that can be used as well, and that is important to bear in mind, and I think that this is in the mind of people really making sure that you don't create this imbalance between the needs and wishes of people in that state. So, yeah, and maybe last but not least, I don't know that she plays a role, and it might be into the different welfare system as well. Probably, it's something that I've heard a lot as well when I was a child. That sometimes when you're going your house, or you're driving a house, whatever, it's kind of a security when you go on pensions.
Yeah.
So it's also when you fall out of rent, especially in a system where there's increased increase of price and the development is getting higher and higher. It's sometimes difficult. So you have also people listen to move from the journey to a long term because after 20 years, the level of the rents is becoming so high that actually going to a smaller apartment might be even more costly than staying in your own place. So there are plenty of things which are taking the last year.
Yes, thank you.
Can you recap the question?
Okay, I'll try to recap the questions while trying to answer. I want to be able just to start from the last issue you mentioned. I had to skip it in this presentation because of time reason, but there is a debate on the relationship between the housing system and the welfare system, and in particular because and there are different positions, one of Kemeny and the other Castle, if it is the characteristics of the housing system that make young people to resist the idea of higher taxation for general welfare purposes, because they have to buy their house in the initial phases of the life course, and so they cannot afford high taxation, and so this reduces the possibility for the state to provide generous welfare in other dimensions, or if what you were saying, that buying your house is a sort of a safety net for when you become older, and so it is the opposite, the case relationship, that is in a welfare system where the generosity is low, people are, I would say, feel the pressure to buy the house, as I was saying, as a safety net. And as far as the issue of living in a house that is too big, in relation to the needs of the people and families composed by just one person, is not only the issue of and the risk of energy poverty that I mentioned, because I remembered also the picture Lisbeth showed yesterday, but it's also an issue of maintenance of that house, for example. And yes, it may create conflict with the younger couples that instead live in houses that are too small for them. But again, the problem is that especially in countries where there is a high percentage of home ownership, it's really difficult to imagine policies for right-sizing the house, because as you were saying, it's quite difficult to sell your house and to move to rental sector that is so slow, so small in countries based on home ownership. So this is another issue. And I can remember the first question. Airbnb. It opens another very interesting chapter. Some of our colleagues are working on that because it opens a chapter of gentrification of our cities. And this is a problem because we know that all the people usually live in, at least in some housing system, they live in the inner cities that now are experiencing this pressure to become places of B&B, and so they are pushed away. But it's another very interesting chapter that I couldn't manage to talk about here. But yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. This is a very worthwhile piece of work what you did, because it brings this idea of Esping Anderson, where it's based on, from the 1990s, into a more focus on different dimensions of social politics like housing. You mentioned everything, and you want to stress that point that housing is one of the main basic factors that influences our lives today and moderates a lot of possibilities and options and things like that that we have. I have two questions. The first one is, where does this come from? Because we just ended a European project on welfare systems, and we tried to figure out how housing system functions in the different countries, but we didn't find the data that we can use for that to come to a table like that. This is the first question. And the second question is more theoretical one, and that is, when Esping Anderson started his social welfare regime idea, he used data, and he ended up in dividing the world into three different worlds: the Anglo-Saxon, Nordic, and the Central European. And then during the 2000s, there came a lot of research from the Eastern European countries, and they just added a column of Eastern European, and you have now added one of the Mediterranean. So, but at the end, the question is the housing system a territorial divide in the world or in Europe, or is it a social political? So, when we finished our last research on youth welfare regimes, we dissolved the territorial categories, and we realized that Estonia has much more similarities to Switzerland than within those clusters of Central Europe. That my question is, why did you use this typology? Is it possible with your data to dissolve those clusters and rebuild new ones on a housing system, or you are going into old age regimes? That might be interesting, because we have still the social policy from Esping Anderson, then we have water youth regimes, and maybe yours on old age policy regime. That might be very fruitful, because I think, and we experienced in our final conference with EU stakeholders in Brussels, that they are always thinking not in, I belong to Central Europe, but they are categorizing on, I'm responsible as a housing representative, as a officer in youth policy and so on. And that makes it very rough, which we'll up to that without David. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can begin then. Because,
Yeah.
just to say that when we discuss the presentation of today with Marco, we discussed a lot if it was the case to present data using the welfare regimes typology or just look at differences among each country. So we completely agree, and Marco will tell the same story at the end. But as I said when I began, we also thought that it was a presentation for doctoral researchers with really different disciplinary backgrounds, from engineer to, and so we had to simplify a bit. And so using the conceptual extraction of welfare regimes could help to simplify the picture. But for example, if we show the picture of on affordability, it's difficult to keep the welfare regimes because there are very high differences among each cluster. Anyway, I think that it's still useful because it may explain differences in ideological and political perspectives and also cultural perspectives. So it is useful to start from here and then move on. And yes, here we did nothing original. We just presenting what has already been done. Kemeny putting together has been hundreds of work and his studies on housing system, adding another piece that is care system. And obviously, if you focus just on one dimension of welfare, the picture changes. A colleague of mine works on birth and differences in birth pathways, and Espin-Andersen doesn't work there. So completely agree, but it was to simplify.
Yes, just a few words here. As also Frank said, there is a sort of simplification presentation, given the background and the goals of this presentation. But the point that you highlighted is incorporating it, maybe has been too much quickly, but as a further step of our work. Because so the idea has been to start and to stress to see if this typology resists from a more aggregate point of view. It seems that there is this consistency. Then what will be the next attempt is to look more at the internal variability, okay? And to see if at the end this variability there is, but does not destabilize the welfare regime hypothesis, or whether there is another type of implication that may identify different combination of welfare regime that are different to what we expected starting from Espin-Andersen seminal work, okay? And regarding data, so as we showed at the beginning, so we consider shared data. And shared, there are different dimensions, including several interesting information about not only care, but also about housing. And this is the way to which we have operationalized the dimension that are here for the part concerning housing system.
Just in the interest of time, we're going to take one more quick question. I'm sorry, from somebody online. So
one question online from Elizabeth, and she would like to say a bit more about housing systems and social sector stigma.
Yeah, where in those clusters where you have a dualistic rental system, and again, this expression came from Kemeny, what happens is that social housing cannot compete with the private rental market, and so the quality of housing in social housing is lower, and it is reserved only to the pools. Usually it is means tested, and so these you have to have residualization of that sector, and living in social housing in that housing system implies stigmatization, because you live in houses that are not of high quality, usually in neighborhoods that are quite problematic, and so on. So the difference is, the main difference is that this does not happen in unitary or integrated rental system, where social housing is just an option comparable with private rental housing. But this is not the case all over Europe, as I tried to show.
Here, just sorry, there is also the temporal dimension that we have not considered in this analysis, because our analysis is a static analysis. But in order to further expand the capacity to grasp the complexity, there is the variability in a given time, but also there is variability across time. And this is the further way to which we can expand this analysis. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for this once more very interesting presentation, and well, maybe later on there may be more questions. I understood there is no time left now to really wrap up, and just invite you all to have a break for a coffee. Thank you very much.
Just for the people online, we will return at 11:30 and recommence the program again. Thanks very much. We're going to. Okay, so welcome back, and we're going to proceed back with our sessions. So our next section is going to focus on. We're going to. I'm on the wrong page. We're going to tell you about tomorrow instead of about today. So our next section is going to essentially focus on aging in place policy and to offer an overview of these key elements of policy. I suppose there's kind of two key dimensions that we're going to look at in particular. One is about what are driving the forces that allow us to think about policy of different areas that are related to aging policy. And the second contribution then from Team 12, we'll look at more of a research-informed critical perspective around some of that policy as well. But first, I'd like to introduce Lana Officer, who is the head of unit in the Demographic Change and Healthy Aging Unit within the World Health Organization. And Lana is joining us remotely. She's very kindly made some time in her schedule for this, so we really do appreciate it. And Alana is going to maybe address some of these issues, particularly around key areas of work within the World Health Organization. So we can ask questions later on. Alana should be able to hear us. We should be able to hear Alana with all fingers crossed and everything else. So Alana, I'll hand over to you, and please start away at your convenience.
Fantastic, Kieran. So, hi, it's fantastic to be here. Sorry I can't be with you in the room, but thanks for being present and engaging in this conversation. So if you have any questions or anything else, do feel free. I am going to speak mainly about the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging, which is really one of the more transformative political agendas and very current that's addressing the needs of older persons. So just to give you a bit of background, and you're probably already aware of this, but if you just watch this slide as it counts through the years, you will see that the world becomes darker. So what that's showing is an increase in the number of countries whose populations are going from 10% of people 60 and older to more than 10%. So, and you'll see that a lot of that shift is already happening, and a majority of it will happen between 2030. Today, we're about 1 billion older people in the world. By the end of the UN Decade of Healthy Aging, which is finishing in 2030, there will be 1.4 billion people 60 and older. And by 2050, as you see on that slide, there will be over 2 billion. Most of these people will be living in low and middle income countries, in fact. And And I think it's important to be thinking around what's behind all of these figures. In effect, you know, in that 1 billion or soon to be 2 billion people, there are human faces, there are individual lives, there are personal stories with insights and ideas. So just remembering that behind the numbers are in fact people. So populations are getting older, but I think the thing that's really key for us at the moment is this issue around the fact that it's happening so quickly. So for example, France, it took them about 150 years for their population to go from being 10% of their population being people 60 and older to being 20%. So 150 years to make that transition that you might want to make in your health services, in your social welfare, social protection policies. And now if you just watch the slide and watch what happens in other countries and see what you can, have a look at what you can see. It's getting faster. Brazil will make the same shift that France did at a population and demographic change in 25 years that France made in 150. And what that means is that developing countries need to adapt much faster in terms of their infrastructure and their capacity to enable people to age in place, but also in terms of their healthcare, their social welfare, their community systems, to be able to respond to this demographic shift. It's also important to remember that some of these countries don't have the level of capacity and infrastructure, yeah? So they're having to scale up very fast and without necessarily the same foundations. Now, so we talked about the fact that people are living longer, and that is a huge point to celebrate. I mean, we have been so successful in being able to extend our lives. But what we're looking at now is, are those longer lives experienced in good health? So if you look at the graphs, which are basically looking at healthy life expectancy at birth and healthy life expectancy at 60. And HALE, which is the measure that we use, reflects, in effect, the extent to which the years of life are spent in good health or not, yeah? So the difference between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy is basically the numbers of years that people spend in ill health, just in terms of the concept. So what do you notice about this? If you can see something. So we looked at, so WHO estimates for 20 years, from 2000 to 2019. And you might be able to see there that the life expectancy, in fact, increased faster than the healthy life expectancy for both men and for women. So now at age 60, if you look on that, it's my right-hand side, your right-hand side, I think, the gap between life expectancy and healthy life expectancy in fact, went from 4.1 years for women and 4.1 years for men, sorry, and 5.3 years for women in around 2000 to 4.7 years for men. So an increased number of years spent for men in poor health, and 6 years for women. So an increased number of years spent in poor health for women. Clearly, this is not what we want to see. So these trends are not what we're trying to replicate around the world. We do not want to see people living longer lives, but in more ill health. And we don't want to see a widening gap at the age of 60. But I think another point I want to make on this slide is that these numbers, again, tend to mask really huge variations around the world. So, for example, a 60-year-old woman in Slovakia maybe could expect to live 4 years in good health, yeah? But a 60-year-old woman in Norway is more likely to get 16 years of good health. So there are big differences. These are global analysis and global figures, but there's huge differences within countries. So that's important to think about those differences. Another point which I'm excited about, is that we know that there are countries, in fact, where people are living longer and healthier lives. So we know that it is possible from a political level in terms of, policies, systems and services, to create the right sort of environments that can bridge that gap and can enable people to live both longer and healthier lives. Clearly, COVID has taken a really heavy toll on people's physical and mental health. It's likely to have exacerbated these gaps in terms of healthy life expectancy. And it's really highlighted the incredible gaps we have in our policies and our systems and services to foster healthy aging. So 194 governments, decided that it was time to take action, and that they would do that through 10 years of concerted action, so the decade of healthy aging, and that decade will need to help build a world where people can live longer and healthier lives. And that plan for the decade is a 10-year plan which aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, which are our big broad goals around improving lives around the world. I'm going to give you...
When it comes to aging.
Sorry, I did that faster than I meant to. Just a very insight in terms of the decade. It will just give you a very short sort of overview of the decade and what we're trying to do.
When it comes to aging, we can learn a lot from nature. Just like a tree, our physical and social environments impact our lives. As we age, education, health, and social care, as well as supportive communities, become the roots that nourish our health and well-being. Without them, we struggle to thrive. The UN Decade of Healthy Aging aims to add life to years, so that all people can live with meaning and dignity. Together, we can make every year count, not by the numbers, but how we live and grow in between.
That's a quick overview of the decade. There is a longer film, which I would encourage you to, if you're interested, to also watch. So the decade from 2021 to 2030 is really an incredibly unique opportunity for us, for you, in terms of your current roles, but for all of us to work together to really try and transform the world, to be a better place in which to grow older, a better place in which, where you can age in place. And when we talk about working together, we talk about governments working together, we talk about sectors working together, so health and social protection, transportation, housing, also working together. We talk about governments, civil society, academia, private sector, the media also working together, recognizing that the task ahead of us is huge, and that the only way that we can transform the world is really about working together to do that. And that's really the purpose of having this 10-year action plan, basically, is an opportunity to come together to collaborate. Now, the government decided that there were 4 main areas that we should focus on in terms of the decade. So it's a UN decade, so it's the responsibility of the United Nations, but they asked WHO to lead it. So hence why I'm talking about it and maybe not somebody else. But they worked through a framework for trying to do things differently, because there's been a lot of work done on aging, but there was a recognition that given the transformative demographic trends and given the health gaps, that we needed to really try and accelerate action. So it was decided that the focus would be on 4 action areas with 4 enabling functions, and we would work to try and make sure that older people remain at the center of what we do. Those 4 action areas are changing how we think, feel, and act towards age and aging, ensuring that our communities foster the abilities of older people, delivering integrated care and primary healthcare services that are responsive to older people, and to provide access to long-term care. The enablers, and these are 4 functions that fit with all of those action areas, is that we need to be listening to the voice, meaningfully engaging older people, families, and communities. We need to nurture leadership and develop capacity, you know, through all those stakeholders, at all those levels, in all those sectors, yeah? We need to connect stakeholders, yeah, so that they can work together. And we need to improve our data research and innovate if we're going to drive transformative change. What I'd like to do is maybe just go through each of the 4 action areas, talk to you a little bit about some of the issues and what we're doing about it, just to give you a sense of the more concrete parts that fall under those areas. And I'll try and reflect on, but feel free to ask questions around how they relate to sort of the aging in place agenda. It says to me that the subtitles are not currently available. Is that also the same? It says there's a network connection problem. I'm going to take my subtitles off and I'm going to put them.
You put on your subtitles. That's just me moving you around to try and avoid all the text. So I've been up here 3 or 4 times already. I'll find a space. This is your image. So just continue on. I've unblocked the subtitles.
Okay. If I speak too fast, I can see hands. So just tell me to slow down, yeah? So I'm going to pick up the first action area, which is around combating ageism. So changing how we think, feel, and act towards age and aging. And so who in the room has read the global report on ageism? Just a show of hands. Have you seen it? Yes. All right, fantastic. For those of you who haven't, I'm going to give you a little cheat sheet in terms of the highlights of the report, yeah? So basically, ageism is how we think, stereotypes, how we feel, prejudice, and how we act, discrimination on the basis of age. So ageism can be towards others, or it can be self-directed. It can be towards ourselves. It exists everywhere. So in ourselves, in our relationships with each other, and in our institutions, whether it be in health or justice, yeah? And the report summarizes the best evidence that we could find. So we published it in 2021, and it really brought together the best evidence around the world. What we found was that 1 in 2, or half of the world's population, are ageist against older people. So they have either moderate or very highly ageist attitudes towards older people. Those rates were, perhaps surprisingly, higher in lower middle income countries than they were in high income countries. It was very clear. We started this agenda, in all honesty, working on ageism in terms of older people. But as we became more engrossed in the evidence, we recognized that ageism affects people of all ages. So you and I, we weren't born ageist, yeah, fortunately, but it starts early and it tends to be reinforced over time. Children basically as young as 4 years of age, yeah, are already aware of their culture's stereotypes around age, whether it be through the books that we read, what they see on media, or just our family culture and how we communicate around older adults. So these stereotypes then tend to be internalized, we take them on board, and then we use those stereotypes to guide our own feelings and our own behaviors towards people of different ages. We found out also that ageism was incredibly harmful and incredibly costly. And that wasn't something that we were aware also of the extent of it. It has really far-reaching impacts in terms of health. So earlier death, poor physical health, poor mental health, slower recovery from disability, more likely to take riskier behaviors, you know, not doing physical activity or overeating, general poor quality of life, and increased social isolation and loneliness. It also intersects with other forms of disadvantaged, particularly in terms of sex, race, and disability. And it takes a really heavy toll on us as individuals, and also in terms of society. So it devalues and limits our ability to benefit really from what both younger and older people can contribute to our societies. Ageism tends to erode the solidarity that you have, or that existed between generations. It can increase the risk of poverty and financial insecurity at the individual level, but it also has economic impacts in terms of, you know, sick leave, in terms of unexcused days of absence and things, or even forced retirement. So really an important, we would say, a public health issue, but really a social economic, you know, individual issue. The great point about the report, and it's always nice to be involved in reports that have, you know, a positive ending, and this is one of them, is that ageism can be combated. So looking through the evidence, we identified that there were 3 strategies that could work in addressing ageism. So policy and law is effective at addressing discrimination and inequality on the basis of age, and really trying to protect the human rights of everyone everywhere. So that's an important strategy from that perspective. Educational activities are interesting. What they do is they help us enhance empathy. They can also dispel the sort of misconceptions that we might have around age and aging, or around older people. And by doing that, they can help us reduce our own personal prejudice that we might have by having, you know, more accurate information and counter stereotypical examples of what it's like to age. The other advantage of education is that you can include it in all levels. So you can be looking at it within tertiary level, but you could also be introducing, you know, courses and content within primary schools, for example. It doesn't have to be formal education, it can be informal and formal. The third area is on intergenerational contact interventions. And that's the idea of bringing together people of different generations to help reduce prejudice that might exist between different groups, different age groups. Now, the 3 of them, so intergenerational interventions are one of the most effective strategies. They work also much better in collaboration with education. And when possible, these 3 interventions need to be addressed at the same time. But it's also an interesting, if you're looking at this in terms of the strategies, you've got policy and law, which is fundamentally sort of national government, you know, level, educational activities, which can happen at all levels within a country, and intergenerational interventions, which typically are small scale, yeah, and more community. So already you're seeing, you know, how to address and tackle ageism, you have to work at multiple levels and across, you know, a broad range of sectors. The report ended with 3 main recommendations. Don't waste your money in investing in things that don't work. Invest in the 3 strategies for which there is evidence of effectiveness. So invest in policy and law, education, and intergenerational contact interventions. Improve our data and research to gain a better understanding of ageism and how to reduce it, and then build a movement for change. So just to give you a sense of that, and if you're interested, last week we launched this new guide called Connecting Generations. So we started to take those 3 evidence-based strategies and how can people operationalize them. So this is a very practical planning and implementing guide if you want to run, you know, if you want to run intergenerational contact interventions. In terms of data, we're working on, for example, modules on how you can measure ageism with different, you know, 1 question, 5 question, 15 question. And we're broadening out our engagement with different sectors and different stakeholders. So the second area of the decade, so second was around age-friendly environments, ensuring that communities foster the abilities of older people so that they can continue to do what they have reason to value. And I know Tim is going to speak much more to the area of age-friendly cities, so I'm just going to give you a bit of a broad overview from a sort of a more policy perspective and how it impacts. So our environments, yeah, are really key to healthy aging. And hence, They're fundamental to aging in place. And when we think of environments, we're not just talking about climate and climate change, yeah? We're talking about all of those factors that exist in your extrinsic world, yeah? So whether it be your house or transportation, whether you use assistive technologies, social facilities, your urban spaces, but also how people around you, service providers, health professionals, think, their own attitudes and values and how they play out. So all of this is our broad environment. And we know that if you can create environments that are accessible and inclusive of people of all ages, particularly in this case in terms of older people, then you can enable people to age in a place that is right for them, enable them to continue to develop and do the things that they value, that are important to them, be included in their communities, contribute to their communities, and enjoy independence and good health. So WHO works a lot on a strategy around developing age-friendly cities and communities as really a proven way of being able to create those environments that are more age-friendly. And it's really an excellent example of different sectors working together and collaborating for the same sort of objectives in terms of enabling people to live and age well. And you'll see there it addresses everything from outdoor spaces and buildings to transportation, housing, community health and social care services, communication and information, as well as employment and social participation, respect and social inclusion. I think, and this is, you know, the benefits I think are really, and I think the excitement and the interest in this, you know, local level multi-sectoral action is evident in terms of the work around we have a WHO global network for age-friendly cities and communities, which has got about 1,400 members from 51 countries working around the world to make their communities, so politically to commit and to plan and to implement activities that make their communities better places in which to grow older. And you'll see that the trend in terms of the WHO Global Network is possibly the same trend that you would have seen when I showed that first slide on the countries that are experiencing demographic shift, yeah? So those countries that adopted or developed age-friendly cities and communities tend to be those that have experienced the fastest demographic shift, or have, you know, who already have a population, significant populations over the age of 60. And so Africa and other regions where population aging is just happening are now starting to think around how they can also build communities that are better places in which to grow older. Now, this program is all about local level. So it's all about your local community, cities, and what they're doing in terms of becoming more age-friendly. And one of the things that we realized over time was that when cities are supported, yeah, either through engaging with other cities and communities or through national level programming, it's much easier for cities and communities to sustain their action. So now we're working and supporting the development of national programs as one of the ways to create more age-friendly cities and communities. So we need action at the national level and at the local level, and we need to make sure that those interventions actually connect. And that's also really important because some of the services that you would want in your communities that are essential to be able to age well in place, yeah, are not decided at local level, yeah. So depending on the country, depending on the governance and the way that decisions are taken, it may be that health is decided at national level, yeah, or it might be that transportation is decided at national level. So, you know, if you want to improve transportation access, you know, within communities, you might need to be linking with national level in terms of influencing change. So really just to say that the work that we do on age-friendly environments, you know, now is really working at what do we do at national level and what are we doing at local level, and how can those two sort of areas link and nurture each other for the benefits of people where they live. The third action area is around integrated care. And we have a challenge. You know, our health systems are really ill prepared to respond to the needs of older people. We saw that in COVID. But, you know, they tend to value hospitals over primary health care. They tend to prioritize treatment over prevention. They tend to manage single diseases rather than having integrated approaches in terms of people. And many days, people have multiple health conditions, not just one. And there is a tendency to focus on cure rather than caring. So to support aging in place, we need health policies and incentives that shift away from acute care models and infectious disease models towards those that can address chronic conditions, and the need to create environments that maximize people's physical and mental capacity, that can enable people, as we said in the beginning, to live longer lives and not experience that gap in terms of healthy life expectancy. Now, experiences around the world have shown that if you do invest in integrated care, you can lower morbidity, you can decrease the level of unmet need, you can reduce the number of emergency visits to your hospitals, saving costs as well, fewer placement in terms of residential homes, so people are more likely to be able to age in place, but also staff are more motivated, more interested, and you generally get better performance within your health system. Yeah. So, but to deliver integrated care, you need to work again at all the right levels. Yeah. So we work at sort of a national level, saying, how can you develop a framework within your health policy and system that can enable your health policy to deliver integrated care for older people? And then, you know, it would be fine to have a policy, but with a policy without having any supports for those people who deliver care. And remember, in most of the world, there are not geriatricians delivering care. So people do not have the training or background in terms of healthcare for older adults. So we provide sort of practical guidance for health and care workers on how you would do an assessment, how you might plan with that person around the nature of the care that they need, you know, in places as close as possible to their home. So focusing more on primary health care. And this is really important if you want people to age in place or stay within their communities, and people generally, that's what they want, because they need to be able to access healthcare as close as possible to where they live. We also have other things like, how, you know, mobile applications, which make those processes much more much simpler and easier to use for people with limited training. So just to give you an idea. In the area of long-term care, you know, it is so essential that we provide access to long-term care for people who need it. And even before COVID, long-term care services were under-resourced, they were neglected, they weren't well integrated with other forms of health and social care. And many countries continue to depend on informal care provision, largely from families, especially women. So investing in long-term care, including in both paid and unpaid care workers, has to be a priority if we're going to enable people to age and live with dignity and with respect, but again, to stay where they want to stay, you know, if that is within their existing communities. So in that work we do, again, we've started mainly with the, how do you do this at a national policy level? What's the sort of framework that you need in terms of a country to be able to develop long-term care provision, given that in most countries, particularly in lower middle income countries, there is no long-term care policies, systems or services. They just don't exist. So a big opportunity for us in the decade is around trying to set up and support countries to develop the sort of long-term care systems that are going to enable people to ideally age within their homes and their communities if they can't, or at least get access to care that, you know, respects their rights and dignity. And then there's lots of examples. So, you know, depending on what you're researching and what you're interested in, you know, you might be interested in looking at what different countries are doing, and I'm happy to to pass Kieran some links. I should have put them on here, but you know, if you want to learn more about what countries are doing from the sort of a political level and a system level around long-term care provision. So where possible, obviously we need to work on ageism, age-friendly environments, integrated care and long-term care, and we need to work on them all together to really try and drive impacts. But I wanted to take the opportunity of talking to you to maybe just talk about a couple of issues that highlight, that I think are really important in terms of aging in place, but also that are really important because, you know, if you're just working, or if a country is just working on integrated care, yeah, or they're just working on age-friendly environments, then it's probably not going to be enough to address some really important issues. So I wanted to talk about violence or abuse of older people. And based on the best available data that we've got at the moment, we know that every year 1 in 6 older people experience abuse every year. So WHO defines abuse of older people as either a single or a repeated act or a lack of appropriate action, so something that people have not done, that occurs within a relationship where there is an expectation that you can trust someone. So whether it be with a healthcare provider or with a family member, that you could expect that you should be able to trust those people not to do harm, yeah? And abuse of older people is quite simply a human rights abuse. And it covers, you know, physical abuse, sexual abuse, psychological abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, neglect and abandonment, and instances where older people have serious loss of dignity and respect. You'll see on that slide that rates are much, much higher in institutions. So 2 in 3 staff in institutions, this is largely from high-income countries. Also, there's far fewer institutions in low and middle-income countries, but 2 to 3 staff in institutions such as nursing homes have acknowledged that they have committed abuse in the past year. So they're really high. And that's overworked, inadequate training, you know, low staffing levels, poor conditions, everything that I was talking about in terms of long-term care, the neglect that exists within our systems. These are not bad people. These are people who, because of the context in which they work, yeah, find themselves in situations where they're committing abuse against older people and they're not supported to be able to care for them in ways that respect their rights and dignity. We found that the rates of abuse increased during COVID, but I think really importantly, it has very severe mental health and physical health impacts in terms of older people. And in terms of those decade action areas, you know, one of the reasons why abuse of older people is still a hidden problem and is not being addressed is because of how we think about age and aging, yeah? And the fact that we're so negative about older people, yeah? That we don't take this really important problem seriously. So we need to tackle ageism, you know, if we're going to be able to address violence against older persons. But we also need to scale up effective interventions within long-term care, within healthcare, and our broader community. You know, so we really need to look at action across all of those different action areas if we're going to have an impact on reducing abuse of older persons. I have one more, which I just wanted to talk about, and that's the issue of social connection. And really what I mean by this is social connection is the more positive side of social isolation and loneliness. And we know that there is a real need to take action across the 4 action areas because of the scale of the scale of loneliness and social isolation, the severity also of its impact, and the fact that there are things that we can do about it to reduce social isolation and loneliness. So, you know, in terms of scale, basically 1 in 4 older people around the world experience loneliness and social isolation. 1 in 10 younger people, so adolescents, so it's not just about older people. Being socially isolated and lonely increases the risk of premature mortality by about 25 to 33%. That is more than smoking. It is more than not being physically active. It's more than drinking too much alcohol. So it really is a very serious problem that we haven't adequately addressed. But beyond that, building social connection, tackling social isolation and loneliness is absolutely fundamental to the health of our communities and for having well-functioning societies. So we know that where there is stronger social connection, you increase safety, you can increase prosperity, improve governance. All of these are dependent on having good connections within the community, not just, you know, at individual level, but also within neighborhoods, within towns, within schools, within workplaces. You know, how does a person really age in place if they don't have those connections, you know, that can support them when they're most in need, who can, you know, with whom they can engage and have fun and have friendships. So really, and a really important issue. And WHO will be setting up, and you'll hear about that next month, a new commission on social connection, which is really going to try and drive action on what we think is a really important area. So really important for older people, really important in tackling it in terms of people being able to enable them to age in place, but also really important that you need action around changing how people think around age and aging, because, you know, it doesn't, just because you get older doesn't mean you need to be lonely and socially isolated. You need to have the right individual services in terms of healthcare. You need support in terms of long-term care. And you need an environment which is inclusive and enables you to participate and connect. So I just wanted to make a last little point on, and I'm looking to you all as you start generating knowledge in these areas, is that the only way that we can transform this world is if we share. And if we build the knowledge, if we understand around what works, and if we provide that information and that knowledge to others so that they can adapt it and use it. So we have a knowledge exchange platform, and all of you, if you're interested in this area, you can put your own profiles in here, you can connect with other people, but you can share your research and your learnings also with the broader global community. And that's the platform. So it's a multilingual knowledge exchange platform for the decade of healthy aging. And fundamentally what it does is it brings together everything from people's voices, you know, their stories about their lives, resources like where you can get training, toolkits or publications that might help you in your work, how you can connect with other organizations, experts that might be working in your area. How can you get access to data or find out about funding opportunities or other opportunities. So really an incredible resource available for you to learn about all of the work that I've talked about, but so much more. It is the first time ever that WHO has had a platform which is not just us pushing out information, but also having the opportunity to benefit from all of the wealth of knowledge that exists around the world. And it really is a space where we hope that the knowledge will work for everybody, you know, in terms of all of the sectors and stakeholders that I talked about when I first started chatting. So maybe just to finish off, you know, the decade is for you, it's for me, it's for everyone. It's really about our current and our future generations of older persons. And it really is an opportunity for together we can make every year count. And as the film says, not by the numbers, but how we live and we grow in between. But we need you to get involved. So, you know, I invite you to learn more about the work that's happening around the decade of healthy aging. Sign up to the newsletters and contribute also to the platform. Kieran, that's it for me. If there's any questions.
So much, Alana, that was
That was really great, particularly for just giving us an overview of all those different key dimensions, but also to pull out how they very much relate back to aging in place.
Kieran, you're really quiet. I can hardly hear you. Is it possible to speak closer to a mic?
Let's see if I can raise. Can you hear me any better now?
It's the same.
That I know. Okay, so let's see. Everything is on. Wait, hang on 1 second. Maybe I'll just try the other one. Hang on 1 second. Can you hear me now, Alana? No.
Yes.
No. Can you hear me at all?
I can. You're just very quiet. I will come closer to my computer.
I'm just very softly spoken in general. Okay, I will shout, and then we'll make it easier that way. So, Alana, thank you so much for that. I was really just singing your praises for really putting everything together and also making it a lot more kind of looking at how aging in place intersects with a number of these different areas. So, can I ask anybody if you have a question for that? So, I know we have a couple online, we have one here. So, firstly, pick up. And hopefully you can see there as well. Just
Thank you. Can you hear me?
she may not be able to hear you, but if you say the question, I'll repeat.
Okay. I was going to ask about some of the policies around some of the spatial injustices that are occurring as a result of transnational care chains. So similar to the welfare regimes we spoke about, this is a long question. Basically, if you have care workers coming in, for example, into Madrid, and they're coming from Bolivia and leaving their families, and then you have care workers moving into Bolivia to look after their families, how do we develop policy responses addressing global migration trends so that there aren't spatial injustices?
So Alana, I don't know if you've heard that. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. But essentially, Pippa was asking about transnational care chains and specifically migrant care workers directly moving from low and middle income countries into other higher income countries, delivering care, but essentially leaving older people behind and leaving those countries under more significant strain. So how do you create policy that would support a more equitable system, a more equitable global system that accounts for those migration flows?
Yeah, fantastic question. And there is an enormous amount of guidance actually that WHO produces around how you build, how you set up policies and build capacity and support healthcare workers who are moving, you know, because that tends to happen. And that's fine. People have the right to move from one place to another. The question is, under what conditions are they received? And so in terms of, it's not specifically my area, but I'm very happy to share, you know, some guidance if it's useful. But, you know, there are policies that countries look at where they negotiate also between countries in terms of where there tends to be an influx of workers. It's a big issue, for example, in terms of long-term care. A lot of long-term care workers tend to come from less developed countries working in higher income countries. There are challenges around decent pay. There is challenges around cultural adaptation, around capacity development, healthy and appropriate working conditions. So, and they vary differently, but a lot of the governments are looking at how they can create conducive and supportive environments for people to migrate and to work, because in reality, many countries do not have adequate staff to be able to meet for example, I'll just talk in terms of long-term care needs. So there's a real need to build in place systems which enable people to migrate, learn the language, understand, you know, cultural adaptation, and be aware of their rights within new working environment. But a lot of people are moving and they're not within formal care systems, and they are therefore under the radar of policy makers and those systems and services. And that's another issue around informal care and adequate support in terms of informal care workers. So there's a lot of work to be done around how do you identify informal care workers, how can you communicate around those people purchasing care, or, you know, around the rights of informal care workers. So there's a lot of areas that need to be addressed within long-term care systems, but also specifically if you're looking at migrant workers. And it's a real challenge in a system where the long-term care infrastructure is so weak. You know, issues around migrant healthcare workers is still not being adequately addressed.
Okay, thank you very much for that. There's another question up here. Pamela?
No one can hear me?
No, she may not be able to hear yet.
You can hear me. Here?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I have a question.
So give me one first, and then I'll.
Okay, okay. The first one is easier than the second. The first would be about the ageism. I'm interested in learning whether they are developing ways of measuring ageism in policies, and you know, what are like the practices that she would recommend on that.
Okay. So Alana, we were going to have two questions coming. We're told that the second one will be harder than the first, just to prepare yourself. But the first question is focusing on ageism, and whether you're thinking about developing a metric or developing some sort of tool to allow us to assess the sort of ageism that is represented and embedded within policies. So there's different ways of talking about this, sometimes talk about age proofing and all these kind of things in a very negative kind of manner as well sometimes.
All right, so I'm ready. Excited about the second one as well. But the first question, so what we're looking at doing now is trying to measure interpersonal ageism. Yeah, so what happens between people and people's experience of ageism. And that we have a draft module, yeah, that countries are currently testing. And that would give you fundamentally the prevalence around the world of, or if it's used, around interpersonal ageism, so people's experience. It would also be able to tell you that if you set up policies or services and then you measured over time, did that have any impact in terms of the prevalence and the drivers of ageism? So that would help you do that. Another thing that hasn't been done, but that we are looking at doing as a next priority. So I said we launched this new guide on connecting generations. The next one that we're going to look at doing is how is policy and law. So how do you then assess and identify whether existing policies are ageist? Yeah. So it's a great question. There's no existing tool, but we hope with the Office of the Commission of Human Rights and others that we can do some work on providing guidance for countries around how they can assess their existing anti-discrimination policy, but they can also assess other policies to ensure that they don't, that they don't incorporate stereotypes or prejudice or encourage discrimination. So we don't have it yet is the answer to your question, but I hope that through the collaborations and under the decade, we will actually move in that direction.
Okay, then that's an excellent question. There's a number of people who are conducting research and conducting critical discourse analysis of policy in different areas around aging in place. So maybe they can connect with you and doing that work as well.
So we can learn from you. Fantastic.
Okay, the second one is whether you could share with us some of the challenges that they are facing with regards of building political leadership and capacity for advancing policies in LPD.
Okay, perfect. I think the first question might have been harder, Alana. So you might be off the hook unless I twist this one to make it more difficult. But ultimately, Pamela was asking, can you share with us some of the challenges about building capacity and leadership, particularly around advancing healthy aging in different country contexts? Yeah. And whether you want to interpret that as talking about certain regions or not, might be something that might be interesting.
So I think in response to that, what I find, and before this meeting, I was just meeting with one of the ambassadors, and we were talking about national policy. And what I realized is that there is incredible openness and commitment to doing something, for example, on healthy aging, yeah, at a political level. And I think we saw that with the adoption of the decade. I mean, the fact that there's a UN decade on healthy aging shows political will and political commitment. So that is not so much of an issue. What becomes an issue for policymakers is competing priorities. So how do you choose, yeah, between, where your investment might be? So I was talking, for example, this morning about investments on tackling social isolation and loneliness, in low and middle income countries, but recognizing that there are other competing priorities in terms of communicable diseases, in terms of NCDs. So how do you position the topic and how can they understand it, within their broad political mandates? Yeah. The other big challenge is around how do you translate that political will and political commitment when it exists into action? And one of the big challenges that we find is that people are committed to it, but they don't necessarily put the resources behind it. So I think in terms of making that shift, there needs to be an understanding of the investment case, which is what drives investment in these areas, investment in policy, is for them to recognize that making these investments in fostering health and well-being make good economic sense for the country at this time. And that's one of the challenges that we really need to work on, is translating, a nice to do, a thing that we should be doing. Most people, everybody would agree. We have 194 countries that agree, but, moving that from something that they want to do to something that they actually do means that they need to recognize that it's financially viable for them. Yeah. And to do that, it means that you can't give governments this huge selection of, what they might want to consider. They need to know, if they're going to invest their money, what are they most likely to get their biggest bang for their buck? Because there are so many competing priorities. So a lot of what we try and do in terms of WHO is trying to identify where are those best buys, like on ageism, put in place that national policy, yeah, and that national law. Invest in education at all levels and support generations to come together, to work together in meaningful ways where those generations are on an equal standing. So those are your investments to make. So trying to help governments and then show that those investments pay off and they actually have results. The other thing that, hits your issue, which I think is a big challenge, is that political leaders change. Yeah. So, there needs to be mechanisms by which you can continually build capacity and engage as those political leaders, change. And you also need to be able to work out how you can frame your issues in ways which resonate with new political leadership. Yeah. I don't know if Tina's going to speak about this, but I mean, it's been one of the big challenges around age-friendly cities and communities. One mayor sets up and decides they're going to commit to creating an age-friendly city or community. Then, a new political leader comes in. How do you make those transitions? And it's one of the issues around building capacity, building political leadership, but also building, community awareness and demand, so that political leaders there is more pressure for them to continue to respond in terms of those requests. I don't know if that adequately responds to your question.
Pamela is shaking her head vigorously and saying yes. So yes, thank you very much, Alana. We have time for a couple more questions. So Nora, so
Okay, you're not hearing me, are you? No,
Oh.
okay. It really follows up from, Hamlet's question. And that is the whole question about how you move from 190 some odd countries signing on to agreement to policy action. Is it really around changing belief ideologies? That really input, because without those changes, we cannot get action. So, where do you?
Okay, so this question is coming from Laura Keating. And no, yes, hello. Laura says hello back.
Hey, Laura.
So I have to remember the question now, so I'll keep going.
There was something about 194 government's commitment, and I couldn't get the second bit.
Yes, that was the bit I remembered as well, but it was also about how do you actually try and implement change, and is it about changing beliefs and ideologies to enable to do that? Is that correct, Nora?
Kind of.
Okay, what was the rest?
It's about, and that is being very diplomatic.
Okay.
So we've got 194 countries who check, sign off,
Yes.
and then they all go home.
Yeah.
So where have you found your best, what are your best strategies for getting from that to I've checked, I've signed on, and that's all I need to do, to real action at the level of a public policy that makes a difference in people?
Okay.
What are your best two strategies?
So that is, Nora's asking what strategies do you use to go from the 194 signatures into implementable, effective, and appropriate actions?
Yeah, great question, Nora. It's a pity I can't see you. I'm not hanging out, and I also saw Patricia there as well. So, and there's other people. I couldn't see everybody's face, but just hi to those that I know and haven't seen. So, fantastic question. So I think that comes to the issue of one, obviously, an investment case. That sort of issue works. I think the issue of showcasing. So there's the burning platform issue. How do you make it? How do you make governments aware that what they've just adopted is so important that if they don't take action now, it's going to cost them in the long run? Yeah. So that's one of the strategies around making a compelling case for why this is an issue that they do need to concretely address. We also work on another strategy of showcasing success. So showing that there are countries that are in maybe a similar region or a similar economic group or have a similar population size that are already doing it. So success tends to also drive investment. So where countries and policymakers can see that, and that's what's driven a lot of the age-friendly work, where they can see that one country is doing something and they can learn from that, that's really motivating. So countries tend to get quite excited and be inclined to invest in programs or initiatives that they've seen that work elsewhere. Another strategy that we tend to do, and on the 22nd of this month, we will launch the first progress report on the decade, but you can get an advanced look at it because there was a the United Nations General Assembly, we had to report back, or the Secretary General had to report back to member states last month. So you get a bit of an insight. There's sort of a progress report within the UNGA, but there'll be a public facing report that comes out on the 22nd of November. And that showcases, one, it starts to say, well, 136 countries have already got policies on X, yeah? So you're one of the few that haven't made that progress. Can we support? Here's, is this guidance useful to you? So there's a sense of holding up and showing that there's progress. Progress is a big problem, that can be addressed. There's evidence around what can be done. Other countries are doing it. You can do it too. Here's how you can, get some support and make that progress. So there's a number of range of different strategies. We don't have enough people on the ground, but there's always policy windows. So where, if you're functioning at a city or a community or a country level, where something opens up, someone takes office who has a particular interest, and there's an opportunity there to use those. So it's also about understanding context, connecting with people and using opportunities to influence as well. So there are a number of strategies, but the main ones that we use as an institution are explaining the problem, you know, identifying what you can do about it, providing the best available evidence, showcasing that others have already done it, so, you know, get on board, and highlighting when other countries are moving forward and maybe, you know, you're a little bit behind, and how could we support you if you wanted to scale up.
That's great, Alana and Laura, thank you for that answer as well. Just a very quick question, just from chair prerogative and all that sort of thing. Can I ask you, just in terms of, we had a phrase yesterday, I think it was Lucy, who talks about that a lot of aging in place policies are about keeping people in their own homes. And we're all familiar with these terms, and sometimes in Ireland and other areas, we sometimes refer to maintaining older people in their own homes and communities. How much of that is a challenge, do you think, when it comes to aging in place policy, that it's more about maintenance? It's more about just that idea of keeping people and allowing them to stay in homes, rather than looking at it as a point of enablement, looking at maybe elevating our collective ambitions for what's important to later life in place as well.
Karen, that's a fantastic question. I mean, you know, I think what motivates people around aging in place and what motivates different governments is different. Yeah. It is, and that I would say is a driver in the ageism is a major driver there, is that older people are still perceived to be a burden and a cost to society. Yeah. So that's a shift that needs to happen. Because we know that the evidence around that is such that older people make far more contributions and you know, and bring in, you know, economic benefits over and beyond what it costs. So, you know, then there needs to be a shift, and it depends on how governments sort of approach it. But as long as there is a focus on cost containment, then countries will tend to adopt policies which are most likely to save them money. Yeah. If that means maintaining somebody in their own home, but with, you know, limited dignity, then, you know, countries might invest in aging in place as a mechanism to keep people out of nursing homes, or, you know, also keeping people out of hospitals, because people tend to stay in hospitals too long before, you know, because they can't go back to their communities. So, but I think it really depends on the country. So some countries are looking, obviously, to how can people age in a place that is right for them. And that's really around, I mean, most older people do want to remain in their communities. Yeah. So how can you enable people to do that? And then the question is, what does each older person have reason to value? And that's not going to be the same. You know, some people may want to be able to get out and continue to contribute to their communities. Other people might be happy, you know, staying at home or watching telly, or, you know, doing other things. So I think the response has been fundamentally around cost containment. And I think in some countries is shifting towards enabling people to continue to, you know, what we would say have higher functionability and be able to continue to do the things that they value. But I don't have a sense, to be honest, I don't think we as an institution also has a sense really around a global view of what's need and unmet need, what's the quality of care that's being provided, and how does that differ within and across countries. So, you know, given where we're starting from, there's just so many gaps in our data and in our knowledge and understanding of what care is available and the quality of that care. But I think that there needs to be, obviously, a push towards ensuring that people age in a place that they're choosing, that's right for them, that can enable them continue to engage and grow and develop personally, all of those abilities that, you know, I mentioned earlier when talking about age-friendly environments. But that's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of how that's going to be achieved. Yeah.
No, absolutely, and that certainly covers a lot of the tensions there as well. Alana, I think we've come to the end of this part of the session, and to move on to our next speaker. We'll only thank you again for giving us the time and for being so open with all your responses. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, and fantastic to see everybody, and lovely to see some familiar faces. And sorry I'm not there with you. And then now you've got the fantastic Tina. She's terrific. So you're going to have a great afternoon session. But enjoy your lunch.
That's a great introduction. Tina, would you like to come down? Thank you.
All right. Bye all.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Alan.
What do you say those on? Just the camera. The hammer. You can. Okay, and if the captions come up, you can just be. Okay. Sorry. Alana's introduction was very nice, but at the same time, I should introduce Tina Buffel from Manchester, who heads up Manchester Urban Aging Research Group, and Tina is Professor of Sociology and Social Gerontology. Is that right?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kieran. Christine, thank you everyone for being here. I'm really delighted to be here, and it's always nice to follow on from Alana. We used to do these conferences on age-friendly issues, and she used to start with the policy, and I then followed criticizing the policy. But we have a very good working relationship, and it always worked really well. It's a shame she can't be here today. Can everybody hear me? At the back, a little wave. Everyone is still awake? Hopefully that's going to be the case after my talk as well. So the title of my talk is Spatial Justice and the Right to an Age-Friendly Community. I'm going to quickly say something about my own background, something about the age-friendly approach, and mainly focus on a discussion about opportunities and challenges in relation to the age-friendly movement. So I lead a group, Kieran mentioned it, called the Manchester Urban Aging Research Group. And the aim of our group is to undertake interdisciplinary research on urban aging. We bring together people from different disciplines to focus on the relationship between urbanization on the one hand and aging issues. But we also work very closely with policy, practice, community organizations who are actually a part of our group to collectively promote the idea of creating age-friendly urban environments and reduce social exclusion in later life. We have a very strong focus on co-production and collaboratively developing research projects, which comes with a lot of opportunities, but also equally many challenges. These are just a couple of examples of the themes we work on and the projects we are currently working on. There's many more, but one I would like to highlight is one that is particularly relevant for this network, and is specifically focused on aging in place, comparing 7 cities and looking at how 7 cities have developed different age-friendly initiatives or different kinds of initiatives to promote aging in place. Don't ask any questions about that, please, yet, because we're in the middle of data analysis, and at the moment, everything feels rather messy. But we're hoping in the next couple of months to create a little bit more clarity. Alana has actually given a great introduction on the age-friendly approach. Just a little bit of background. This age-friendly approach is developed by the World Health Organization in 2007. Excellent. And was based on a study in 33 cities across the world, where the perceptions of older people, their caregivers, and service providers were asked about, what do you think is important in terms of an age-friendly city? And this is how they came up with these age-friendly domains, which are often still referred to. The slide shows some of the key questions that have been asked in thinking about how we can create age-friendly environments. But importantly, it's about aspects in the physical environment around housing, transportation, buildings, but also in the social environment around social participation and inclusion, as well as in community and health services. Alana also mentioned that on the back of this work, a global network was created in 2010, bringing more and more people and especially cities and communities across the world that have put their signature and shown a commitment to developing their city to become more age-friendly. And here you can see how rapidly, in a very short space of time, this network has grown to nearly 1,500 cities and communities in 51 countries, with different milestones along the way. But what is important is that actually a lot of this happens in the context of economic recession, a contraction of the welfare state in many countries, austerity policies, and an intensification of global competition and inequality. Why should we be concerned with creating age-friendly cities and communities? I feel like the different presentations this morning, but also yesterday, have given us enough answers on this question already. And I think really when I reflected on it yesterday, I think the three kind of work packages of the HOMeAGE network summarize the main reasons. The importance of home and neighborhood has been referred to many times. The research and policy focus on aging in place. The neighborhoods that can be a source of social inclusion on the one hand, but also social exclusion on the other as a result of many factors, including poverty, gentrification, displacement, inadequate housing, and so on. But then also, I think the neighborhood is a level that we can start thinking about opportunities to guarantee human rights, something that I will come back to later in my presentation. So, the research on age-friendly issues has also grown exponentially. And Torku et al. In a review paper in Aging and Society, they kind of looked at the rapid growth of age-friendly work, including books and special issues and articles, and they found that since 2014, the work on age-friendly issues has accelerated every year. And these are just a couple of examples of books that have addressed the issue. But in that review that I just mentioned, they found that most of the work addresses 4 areas of work: conceptual foundations, implementation, assessment, and also challenges and opportunities. And building on this last part, challenges and opportunities, I'll now address some of what I would consider some of the key achievements of the age-friendly movement, which is what it's been referred to, the global network and the work around age-friendly work. Some of it has been reported in a paper led by Samuel Rémy-Boyard, looking at 11 case studies across the world. But I think one of the key achievements is that in some way it has created a debate and has created a greater recognition in urban and regional planning of the implications of population aging. And there's a couple of examples that we can give from cities that have a commitment to the age-friendly agenda, including Ottawa, but also Skerries in Ireland, where people have conducted kind of walking audits or walkability studies in collaboration with older people to identify the issues in the physical environment that could be improved from the perspective of older people. A really good thesis as well, with Kieran as a supervisor, has to be really good. But by Bernard here who submitted in Galway his PhD on developing age-friendly county programs in Fingal, looking at older people's lived experiences of this WHO model. I think for a number of you could be an interesting piece of work to look at. But we all know the age-friendly movement has really kind of created a debate about adapting the physical environment. But I think importantly, also there has been a greater recognition about the importance of the social infrastructure in creating age-friendly cities and communities. And here I can really recommend a book by my colleague Sophie Yarker about creating spaces for an aging society, which also links to the work of sociologist Eric Kleinenberg, who looks at really the social infrastructure of communities. The spaces, the shared spaces, the libraries, the parks, the public spaces, but also the barber shops, the kind of corner shops we go to, as places where community is being created with people. And my colleague Sophie really shows the importance of such spaces for supporting people who are aging in place. One example also of a kind of movement in social infrastructure, or the importance of social infrastructure, is by the extent to which different cities have created new meeting spaces for different groups of people in cities. Dementia cafes are a well-known example where often there is staff that is trained to welcome people diagnosed with dementia, but also their families and carers, to create a more inclusive environment for people with dementia and their networks. Alana has mentioned a lot about ageism, but I think that's also something that the age-friendly movement has contributed to. Changing the societal narrative around aging and combating ageism. And one way, of course, Alana mentioned different ways. She mentioned education and policy and law. But another way I think that the age-friendly movement has kind of tried to contribute to combating ageism is in the way we represent older people in photographs or in the media. And I think Guadalajara in Mexico, for example, is a good example where campaigns have been developed to change the perception of older people and in order to reduce prejudices and discrimination by trying to find a more positive way of representing older people that is more reflective of the diversity of aging populations. Another achievement of the age-friendly movement is that it kind of sparked some debates about developing new ways of involving older people, not just in co-producing policy and practice, but also in co-producing research on age-friendly issues to then collaboratively develop actions on the basis of that research. And here I can give an example of a project that I've been involved in Manchester, where we trained older residents to become co-researchers in their own neighborhoods. And they were trained in research methods and interviewed, but also were involved in the different stages of a research project, from co-designing the objectives of the research to co-producing the research materials, collecting the data amongst people living in the neighborhood. And there was a specific focus here on interviewing people who are experiencing different forms of social isolation in their neighborhood to ensure that their voices were represented in the research. But we also had collaborative data analysis sessions with the co-researchers. And in a way, this project kind of really became a project where co-researchers had opportunities to become advocates of the age-friendly agenda. A lot of the people I worked with, this is a project from 2016, are still involved in age-friendly work and as co-researchers in different age-friendly communities. And one example from that project, I mean, there's a lot of challenges, and I've written extensively about the challenges of doing this type of work, but one positive outcome from this project was that in the narratives of people, the key problem in this neighborhood was that the local bus had been cut due to public funding pressures. And this was really a key way of, you know, having transport and access to local services, the hospital, people's families. So it really, you know, contributed to social isolation for older people, but also for different groups in the neighborhood. And this kind of age-friendly project was really helping to bring different age groups and people together to advocate to get the bus back, which was a very complex issue because public transport is not public in many parts of the UK, it's private. So we had to, and they had to, you know, get the local government involved and have lots of different conversations with different partners to make a case that a non-profitable bus line had to be reinstated in order to prevent further social isolation of people in that neighborhood. And they were successful. It took 2 years, but they were successful. And the bus was kind of dubbed to the 85A, which then was kind of referred to as the 85 age-friendly bus. And finally, an achievement, I think, that of something that the age-friendly movement has contributed to, Alana mentioned it a number of times, is that it encouraged interdisciplinary work and cross-sectoral working, including new partnerships between people from public health, architects, social gerontologists, and local governments to co-design services and products that meet the needs of aging populations. And here, Akita in Japan, which we had the fortunate experience to visit earlier in the year, has a really interesting, fascinating project whereby the local government works with older people's organizations, but also a number of private companies, including Akita Cable TV, a local newspaper, and Akita Bank, to co-design and co-create and advertise services and activities for older people in the area. So that was my positive story. There's a huge number of challenges for the age-friendly movement. I think Pamela's question kind of alluded to the first one, which is a key question, is how really you can maintain political support for this agenda. Leadership, and especially the challenges that you are created by not having a long-term commitment of governments or political leaders on this agenda. And when the priorities shift, then often you see that, you know, age-friendly priorities can also drop down the list, and it's really hard to kind of create that same momentum when you lose the staff who have been working on that agenda for years, for example. Secondly, such challenges around political and financial support are, of course, especially felt acutely in times of economic austerity and the scaling back of public investments. And here it's really interesting to note that actually the global network was launched at a time of economic growth, whilst during the growth of the network, a lot of the countries and cities that are involved in age-friendly work actually have experienced public funding cuts and cuts to the very important services to older people that, you know, support aging in place, such as cuts to housing modification programs, cuts to home care programs, cuts to all sorts of services, closure of leisure centres in the UK. There's so many examples of the services that are important to create age-friendly cities that actually have been reduced during the time that age-friendly movements were growing. And of course, this disproportionately affects the most marginalized and vulnerable groups of older people, and especially those living in neighborhoods who are often mostly affected by such public funding cuts. A third set of challenges is around tracking progress and showing impact across very complex and dynamic systems in aspects of the interrelationships between the physical and the social environments, all of which are very context dependent and not easily lend themselves to standardization of measurements. So here, I think a crucial task for the age-friendly movement is really to establish what works, but also what doesn't work, and what is most effective in creating change to support people. So developing the research base, creating research capacity for evaluating age-friendly work will be a very important area in the next decade. A fourth important challenge will be to promote digital inclusion. And here, I think a lot of the work around co-producing innovative technology is very important, I think, in this network. And for the people doing work on this in relation to age-friendly issues, it's maybe worth to read the work of our colleagues Joost van Hoof and Hannah Marston, who've really criticized the age-friendly model for not engaging enough with those debates around technology, and actually even they criticize it for not having it as a separate domain of the flower in an age-friendly model. A fifth challenge is about needing a much more structured and strategic approach to creating opportunities for older people's voices, not just to be heard, but also to be actioned upon from the local to the global level. And I think this really, from our perspective, this really needs to come with an understanding, a better understanding and analysis of the factors that contribute to barriers for people's voices to be heard. I think that the age-friendly movement has been very influential with the slogan, nothing about us without us. But I think in reality, there's really considerable scope to strengthen older people's voices and participation in decision-making, and in empowering the most marginalized groups of older people to claim and exercise their rights. A final challenge is linked to the all-encompassing geographic scope of the age-friendly movements. On the one hand, you've seen on the map that actually there's a very large underrepresentation of countries that are involved in age-friendly work in the global south, especially problematic given the context that Alana has given us. But on the other hand, I think it's also a problem that in age-friendly work, we start with this kind of universal idea of what an ideal city is. And then we kind of expect cities to work towards that ideal. So I'm just going to give some examples of the checklist that the WHO has developed of an age-friendly city. For example, public areas have to be clean and pleasant. Another example is there have to be sufficient affordable housing that are safe and close to services. But these are, of course, aspirations. And they're likely to have little resonance with the actual challenges experienced of people on the ground who live, for example, in informal settlements, or people who live in very severe poverty deprived from basic services. Isabel Aboderin and colleagues examined the applicability of the age-friendly city approach to slum communities in Nairobi in Kenya. And they show that the pursuit of age-friendly slums will require substantial modification of the existing age-friendly domains and indicators to fit locally defined priority challenges within those contexts. And I think that's something that can be thought about in different contexts as well. But also, in addition to that, cultural notions of aging and the intersectional social positions add further complexity to the conceptualization of age-friendly initiatives, particularly in the context of oppressive social structures, not just ageism, but sexism, classism, ableism, racism, the intersection of all these isms, but also the persistence and the legacy of colonialism in particular, contributes to the challenges of age-friendly efforts in many areas of the global south, especially low-income countries. So how should we move forward? A key argument of my presentation is that thinking and concepts around spatial justice may provide a useful and, like Lisbeth mentioned yesterday, a potentially transformative framework for examining the progress of age-friendly initiatives. And this framework is centered around 3 key principles: co-production, or the use of participatory approaches involving those who are excluded from decision-making in defining priority domains and actions for age-friendly change; equity and fairness, to ensure that the benefits derived from age-friendly interventions do not just favor those who are already better off in the first place; and thirdly, an attention for increased diversity, which requires the recognition, respect, the representation and inclusion of different groups. So the concept of spatial justice links together ideas around social justice on the one hand and space, building on the work of geographers such as David Harvey, Edward Soja, Susan Feinstein, and it kind of reflects an intentional and a focused emphasis on the spatial aspects of justice or injustice. The argument here is that spatial justice brings new opportunities for theoretical development, but also empirical analysis of the ways in which resources within cities and communities can be distributed in a fairer and a more equitable way. And such aspirations have particular resonance of the challenges for building age-friendly cities, given the inequalities that have developed in the past decade, but also the impact of private developers in controlling urban space, along with the effects of gentrification, rising house costs in many urban areas. So a spatial justice framework allows us to ask a number of questions, and I think many of the presentations have referred to these questions already, which is great. Who benefits from age-friendly work? Who remains excluded? What types of neighborhoods experience the highest levels of exclusion? What contributes to this social and spatial exclusion? But I think most importantly, a spatial justice framework also allows us to ask questions about what can be done differently to ensure that age-friendly work and interventions benefit those who have often remained excluded. So how can societies ensure that older people are centrally involved in decision-making and shaping the resources that support aging in place, for example? Building on this framework of spatial justice, we can start to develop a manifesto for the age-friendly movement that is aimed at raising its aspiration, pushing its boundaries, thinking through a number of opportunities. And the first is really about co-production and creating rights to an age-friendly community. The second is about taking the issue of tackling inequality and increasing diversity much more serious in its work. And the third is about strengthening global and multi-sectoral collaboration whilst also integrating research with policy, something Giovanni referred to in his presentation as well. So the first point is about the role of age-friendly work in fighting for the rights of older adults to ensure the full and complete usage of spaces in our communities. So this is about questions of redistribution, a more democratic experience of cities, citizen empowerment, cities for people, not for profit, reflecting some of the ideas of Henri Lefebvre in his thinking about rights to the city. So importantly, it's not just about accessing or using spaces, but it's about creating rights to participate centrally in the domains of aging in place that are important to people's quality of life, such as transport, such as services, such as technology. Just to give a few examples, in Portland, in Oregon, for example, the city has created public forums where political candidates collaboratively develop aging policies in partnership with older adults who can voice their concerns, give advice directly to decision makers. In Manchester as well, they've created an older people's board, including representation from different equalities panels which has the aim of bringing these people together to contribute to the city's strategy on age friendliness. And through their engagement, older people can contribute or input in the development of age-friendly cities for the city and bring their own priorities to the forefront. So such initiatives are an example of creating a voice for different groups, different people or residents of all ages in the redevelopment of cities. And also points at the role for age-friendly work to investigate new ways in which older adults can be involved in regeneration or planning. There are a couple of really good examples out there with some co-production elements in it, including community-type interventions. I don't think I've got the space to talk about these a lot, but it is worth to have a look at the work on the village model, naturally occurring retirement communities, which are community level type initiatives that bring together older residents with service providers and other stakeholders in a local area to jointly develop services that support their aging in place. And in Manchester, we've tried to develop such interventions so that they are more applicable to working in the most challenging and deprived urban communities, and kind of translated some of those villages principles to a very different context in poor neighborhoods. So this report might be worth having a look at as well. But co-production is also about thinking about our methodologies. How can we ensure a stronger voice and power of different groups of older people in shaping our research agendas, especially people facing deep-rooted inequalities and insecurities? And here, the work of Jarmin, Ye, and Versailles and Ray is really interesting in terms of developing an emancipatory research approach, which is really based on the idea of creating a much stronger awareness of the impact of colonized knowledge production that historically has marginalized and rendered invisible the perspectives of women, indigenous communities, disabled, non-heterosexual, and other underrepresented groups in knowledge production. And this links well with my kind of second major area of work in the manifesto, which is a focus on inequalities and their consequences for age-friendly work. And the argument here is that unless age-friendly programs pay explicit attention to the issue of inequalities, they actually run the very risk of amplifying those inequalities. So we're talking about different types of inequalities: social, ethnic, health inequalities. And a lot of researchers have found that actually many of the age-friendly programs developed so far are have a much stronger profile amongst white and middle-class communities, and are much less evident amongst minoritized and marginalized groups. I think the impact of racism and discrimination on older people experiencing aging in place is really a key issue that we need to give much more attention to. And is actually one that has been silenced quite a bit, I find, in work on age-friendly cities and communities. I mean, arguably, the fact that the referendum vote in Australia against a voice in parliament for Indigenous communities is really an example of a problematic, problematic impact, I would say, of racism on the whole debate about creating voices and representation for minoritized voices. But another form of inequality we need to pay attention to is health inequalities. And I think here the question raised by Stephen Goland in 2014 remains pertinent. Do age-friendly initiatives really have the capacity to reach out to people with all types of health conditions, or are they mainly focused on healthy and active aging? Amanda Grenier asked the question whether they have the capacity to support people considered frail or those diagnosed with dementia or associated conditions. And I think a final kind of point that I would like to make is the need for further attention to the way in which age-friendly communities can also overcome the numerous challenges that older people with disabilities are facing in moving around and gaining access to the facilities offered by their environment. From the lack of access to public transport, the absence of visual cues, and guides to enable vision impaired people to move around, barriers to use footpaths, toilets, buildings. And I think the key challenge here is about linking the age-friendly movement with those campaigning for the rights of people with disabilities. Because the separation of these movements actually has the potential of weakening both. So I think there's a real challenge here to kind of create alliances with different social movements. Another issue which needs attention is the organizations involved in age-friendly work. So far, age-friendly work has drawn upon organizations mainly advocating for the rights of older people. But actually there's a huge potential again to create alliances with people advocating for the rights of ethnic minority groups, refugees, women's groups, faith-based organizations, because each of those organizations are going to be affected themselves by aging issues. And their involvement could make a substantial contribution to creating more inclusive and representative, a more representative age-friendly movement. Another form of inequality, which really links well with the idea of spatial injustice, is the community and spatial inequalities. I think there's a whole body of work showing the neighborhood level inequalities on physical and mental health in later life, with research highlighting the impact of aging in left behind or ignored communities, with a huge impact because of the loss of vital community assets, reduced resources or funding, public services that have been cut, all of which have damaged or have increased health inequalities in later life. And such kind of findings really also make us think about what is the structural capacity of a neighborhood or a place to even start thinking about interventions or age-friendly work in the first place. And we found in our work in Manchester that actually those areas that would have the greatest need for age-friendly interventions need a much higher level of support and investments and capacity building to develop that work in the first place. A third area that is part of this manifesto is about the eye on expanding the ambitions for the age-friendly movements and the need to strengthen the global network, including the support for it, as well as the need for building new partnerships, collaborating with other initiatives, for example, coalitions with movements around smart, healthy, green, livable, sustainable cities are all really important to ensure that age-friendly work remains connected, embedded, and integrated in these broader agendas, for example, around responding to climate change, reducing pollution, energy efficiency, digital technology, and so on. The challenge here will be to strategically align age-friendly efforts within these related yet very distinct agendas, whilst mainstreaming aging and making sure that aging and life course issues are on the agenda of these other kind of movements. Finally, there's also a need to create more research capacity, and this is why this network is fantastic. I think we really have an opportunity here to expand the research connections and collaborations across different countries, cities, but also across different disciplines and sectors. And I really hope that together we can continue to inspire each other and encourage the next generation as well of people looking at aging in place to contribute to more fair and inclusive age-friendly environments that are built on these principles of equity, community and spatial justice, and based on a citizenship and a rights-based narrative of aging. These are just a couple of questions I'd like to pose for us to think about. How can age-friendly initiatives drive forward new ideas relating to improving environments? For example, in terms of developing new forms of community organization and solidarity, supporting intergenerational cohesion, campaigning on the climate crisis and urban pollution. But also, how can age-friendly work challenge the wider inequalities and injustices which affect city and community life? And finally, what are the possibilities for developing new approaches to supporting aging in place, which draw on the collective resources of older people themselves, transforming as a result the environments of which they are a part themselves as key actors? And finally, a quote from the book that has just come out. And the most remarkable thing about the book is probably that it's published in the future. It's out already, but it's published in 2024. But there Chris and I make an argument about ensuring spatial justice for different groups of older people should really become a key part of the aging in place debate, with strategies to enable communities to increase control over the conditions that shape their lives, representing a key task for public policy. I do have 8 copies left of my book, which if anyone is interested, please come and talk to me. They weigh very heavy in my luggage. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Tina, and that was a really excellent piece, not just analysing the challenges, but also laying out the potential of age-friendly in a really inclusive way. So we have some time for questions. We will eat into a little bit of lunch if we can, but we have flexibility in our schedule. So does anybody have a question for Tina? Okay.
So with regards to the participation research, how do you manage the implications of older adults being research to enable this community and managing the ethnic volunteer writing unpaid work for ages giving space?
Okay, yeah, that's a really important question. I think increasingly questions about ethical issues in relation to co-production have become an area where people have started to write about, and it's really important because it does really reflect a number of challenges. In the handbook that has just come out on participatory approaches on aging, there are a couple of pieces that really look particularly at the ethical challenges of involving older people. I think with relation to co-production, to give a very short answer, I think ethics really should be embedded from the very start in the conversations with the people you are working, and developing a kind of collaborative ethics of care is how we called it, is really important as part of this process. But it's something that, you know, is developed collaboratively as well with the people you work with, co-defining, you know, principles of ethics of care. Mo Ray has done some really interesting work on that, and written a very good chapter on that as well.
So I think there's a second question just over here. One over here and there's one over. And I'll just repeat the question for those online as well.
Yeah, thanks, Tina, for a very comprehensive. I'm also quite happy to see that digital technologies have received a lot of attention, also in the different projects, doctoral project and HOMeAGE project. I was wondering of how to include this in the age-friendly framework. And I think there are 2 elements. One is There has, of course, been some pretty good work in the now abandoned European Innovation Partnership on Active and Healthy Aging. Was a working group looking specifically on age-friendly environments. There was a lot of work on how digital technologies play into that. So I think that could be a good resource to look at for these intersections. And then I was wondering about this comment, should we include technology as an additional sort of leaf to the flower? Or shouldn't we include it rather as something that's already co-constituting all the different elements? So the question of, can we understand transportation? Can we understand communication? Can we understand social isolation and loneliness without researching the role of technologies within them? So in terms of theorizing, and I'm not sure if that ends up in a question, but it's probably more a suggestion, and I'd like to have your thoughts on that as well. In terms of theorizing, if we take seriously also what Frank said this morning about decentering the human and looking at the co-constitution of technology and different aspects of aging, wouldn't it be better to be very clear about technology's place would be in all of these different leaves as a central element? Or should it be included indeed as a separate leaf? The later, of course, for communication purposes might be much better, but in terms of theorizing, I would argue it should be in all of these different leaves because technology has become so important in at least the global one. So again, this is not a question, but I'd be really interested in your thoughts. Thank you.
I completely agree. I think technology is an incredibly increasing important area of work that should be embedded in all these leaves rather than, you know, having a separate leaf. But I think even though technology is incredibly important, I don't think it's a solution to everything. And in terms of creating, you know, there's a lot of issues. I really like a recent piece that Chris Phillipson has written for The Guardian, whereby he says those care pets, which we refer to a number of times, are actually a symptom of a care system in crisis. And there are much better interventions that we should be taking, such as making sure that care workers are paid well, making sure that the conditions in care and healthcare institutions are great. It's a real good piece of work. So I do really agree, and I'm quite influenced by his idea in the sense that I don't think technology is the solution to everything, but it is a really important tool, and I do really think it's got a really important role to play in creating age-friendly cities and communities, and a lot of the people here are going to do incredibly important work. One area of work that I really like in terms of looking at technology in relation to age-friendly work is from Arlind Reuter, who was doing work with Thomas Scharf in Newcastle. And she kind of doesn't only look at the impact of how we can use technology to advance, you know, the health and aging in place of older people, but she looks at the other way around. So she looks at how older people use technology to advance their own rights and agendas. So kind of as an activist tool. So she looks at the role of, you know, cooperative radio collectives, bringing together older people, you know, who create radio. She looks at a number of different technologies and how these are used as a collective by communities of older people. And that kind of really links with the idea of using technologies to create ideas around urban citizenship, which was on my slide, but which I didn't mention. But yeah, if you don't know her work, I really would recommend looking at it.
Other question?
Thank you, Tina. As one of your biggest fans in the network, I really appreciate how you put it all together. You know, basically all your body work is synthesized very well, and you know, with a lot of passion and presented. But
there's always a but.
The controversial part about me is that I am an economist. So
we like economists. Some of my best friends are economists.
Well, you did mention that it was one of the challenges. So I wanted to know your experience or if there's any research on it also, but on policy practices, what are some solutions or strategies being implemented to secure funds for age-friendly work, for age-friendly action? I'm not sure if much is being done or if this is being adequately addressed. And I think it's a really big problem.
So I'll just summarize that question very quickly in a very reductionist way. Pamela is asking about what kind of strategies and plans are there in terms of trying to leverage sufficient economic resources to really support age-friendly environments.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Pamela. And I must admit that when you said I'm an economist, I thought you were going to ask about the economic value of age-friendly cities. So I had my answer ready and then you completely went. But the answer to that one is to look at Louise Lafortune's work on the return on investment in age-friendly cities and communities. I forgot to mention her, but she's done really great work on that aspect. But to come back to your question, strategies to leverage funding. I mean, that is just a massive question, isn't it? I think Manchester really is a very good example of a city council that I think it lost, in the last 10 years, it lost 50% of its resources in the city council. So, I mean, the age-friendly team has been, reduced from 10 people to 2 people at one point. People have been, taking voluntary redundancy. And I mean, the question of funding is huge. And I think in Manchester, there's a number of strategies that have been developed. And I think the main one, which is why age-friendly work has survived all these economic crises, is because we call it an ecological system of age-friendly work, which really combines our group of academics, but also we work very closely together with the local government, with Paul McGarry, if some of you know, and he used to be in the local government, he's now in the regional government, but also with a network of civil society organizations, community organizations, grassroots organizations. We kind of create a collaborative body of work, but also collaborative activism and interest in doing this type of work. And I think, there's different examples whereby our research has been co-funded by some of these organizations I just mentioned, charity organizations, but there's equally a lot of examples where our research has contributed to, employing community developers in creating some of those interventions, such as the Community Intervention Villages project that I mentioned. So it's not a straightforward answer, but I think collaborative partnerships is really the way forward in terms of accessing a diversity of different resources. I don't know whether anyone else has better experiences with accessing funding in different contexts. Although I do think it's lunchtime. It
is lunchtime. So on that note, I want to thank Tina and thank Ilana for 2 excellent contributions to this session, and thank you. We are just going to adjust a little bit, so we will come back not at 2:30, but just at around 25:02. So we'll bring people from outside back in, and then we'll also announce this online too. But around 25 to 3, we'll be back here to start our next session. Thanks very much.